All right. It's another day. First off, we're going to try something completely new today that we've never done before on stream. I'm actually going to try and make a YouTube video. I think I saw Theo do it on one of his live streams. I was like, well, he has like editors and other stuff that he does. But since it's just me, it should even be easier to do it on a live stream. So we'll try and do a YouTube video, one-shot it. I don't think I'll edit it on the video because that would just be super boring. But we'll actually shoot the video live. So we'll do that here in a little bit. A couple items on the agenda. We got Omitus. Somebody sent me an email about this. He has DHH names all like Omarchi, and then before Omarchi had another one on Ubuntu. I forget what it was called. It was like Oma something. So it was more of, I would just laughed at the email. Shout out to Andrew that sent me that. And I was just like, that's funny. Yeah, let's roll with that. We're going to call it Omitus. DWM Xorg instead of Hyperland and Wayland, which is what Omarchi uses. So we're going to use a completely different base, but same premise. We're going to take a lot of the things that he does with Omarchi, and yeah, I've been working on implementing it. The other thing, Microsoft. I guess we got to talk about that stupid Microsoft account. All right. First off, I've done this for decades and had to deal with Microsoft shenanigans. And every single time they come around and say there's an online only account, there never really is. Like, there's always a bypass. There's like 50,000 ways to bypass this thing, from registry edits to sysprep. There's so many tools. I don't even think the people at Microsoft know all the bypasses. That's how bad or good. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword there from that. So the video we're going to make today, of course, is just the online bypass. We already made the project on the last stream, which we're using sysprep with an XML file directly off the OOBE. So a little bit of a different method than most people are accustomed to. We might make another CMD script for just a strict OOB bypass, but I really don't like the standard bypass NRO from, a couple years back. I've never enjoyed that method. I personally like the sysprep method better, which is just not anywhere online right now. So I was like, well, I guess I'm the only one that remembers this. So let's put that out in the world. But there's money. Let's say I don't think they can patch this. I think the only thing Microsoft could do is probably, I don't even want to say it out loud, but I could think of ways to block what I do. I don't think they're capable of it, though. I don't think they're competent enough, I think is a better way of saying it. I feel like most of the stuff that gets introduced in Windows now is more vibe coded, because there's just so many like little things I do, and I'm like, you might want to quality control that a little bit more. And it feels like that's very vibe codey-ish when they're doing a lot of their implementation. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Omakub, that's what it was. Omakub. Dude, he always picks stuff where he can't even say the damn name. At least you could pronounce what did we decide on? Omitus. It's just, it makes me laugh every time. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's Chris is a vibe. So yeah, Microsoft does not have devs anymore. All they have is 3 interns cutting and pasting from Copilot. Probably true. I used to have some people I used to know from Microsoft that was up there. I think the last guy I knew up there, he worked on their binary team for about 20 years and he got laid off. So if they're cutting good personnel like that, I'm just like, all right, well, they're obviously firing people that know what they're doing. and have like that, like, you know, just a little tidbit of like modern day. I don't want to go on some rant about how big business is just all terrible, but a lot of like bigger businesses hire like these MBAs and people that just don't know what the hell they're doing. But there's, you know, all that nepotism, and it's not what you know, it's who you know kind of thing. And it feels like all these guys that just kind of got brought in from who they know, or hey, I went to school with you, give me a good job. And that C-suite has just gotten I just don't think they just know what they're doing. I literally don't. I think people are running these trillion-dollar companies into the ground, and they're good at like basic engineering and stock buybacks and that kind of financial engineering that goes into companies, but they suck at running companies. And I think that's going to come to a head eventually, but in the interim, all the good people will leave and start their own companies. I think that's what the next stage is. I don't want to go too far into the economics of that, but I do feel like all the good people that really, really know what they're doing, most of them have left. And it's kind of cool to see, because I mean, I still know a lot about Windows. I probably know a lot more about Windows than most of the people at Microsoft at this point, which is hilarious. So yeah, let's get into it. I think it's gonna be fun. Yeah, this is perhaps a very, very tried true. Like a lot of the tools I do, people are like, "Oh, that's black magic." I'm like, no. That's literally been in Windows since Windows 2000. So it's just a lot of like old knowledge essentially, and it's just never been removed from Windows. So let's make that video really fast about bypassing that, and then we'll jump on and start working on some Omitus. It'll be fun. Let's go. It'll be a good time. Oh crap, I forgot to tell you. Oh yeah, you'll see it. Yeah, here we go. All right, so we're using UUP dump to get the latest release. Now, a lot of people right now are like, Titus, bypass NRO works. I'm like, yeah, but it's not gonna work in the future. So what I'm trying to do is download the release preview. So this is gonna be, oh geez, let's see. Let's just pull it up. UUPdump.net. And I think we're going with the latest release preview build. I believe this one is the one where they blocked the online accounts, where everyone from the articles and online are like, it's all gone. You gotta use a burner account. I think Dave Plummer is like, I just use a burner account. I'm like, he worked at Microsoft, right? Something not adding up with that story, man. That feels like another pirate software waiting in the wings. All right, but anyways, going to x64 here on 25H2. This is the build we're going to be using, 26200.6725. This one should have the lockdowns. This one should be like, they're forcing you to create the online account. But we got to build the ISO. So that's what we're doing over here. If you're unfamiliar with UUP, they basically create a script on the fly that slipstreams all of the updates for the preview. So that means you can create an ISO. You do have to use Windows to create this ISO. And it'll bundle all the things that are needed to make that release. So you'll see right now, 6725 is the release build that should have all the lockdowns in it. And if we go WinVer, you can always check to see which one you're on. Right now, you'll see this one is on 6584. And this is this is the current release, stable release, not release preview. So the release preview is going to be 6725, which should have all the lockdowns in it. We'll see when it makes it out. I don't know how much of the people actually care. It's hard to gauge the internet these days. It feels like everyone has a bunch of fake outrage, and I don't know if this is just more people going, "Oh, I can't believe it," because they just don't have anything better to do. But regardless, we're gonna bypass it, so it doesn't matter. But how's chat doing today? Let's check in with you guys. This is what's happening right now. It's gonna take a little bit longer to build. Oops, my bad. Got the wrong one. All right, chat is a chatting. Let's see. Dave Plummer and Pirate should not be in the same category. I don't know. The more I learn about old Dave, I'm kind of like, it's giving me Pirate Software vibes. That's all I'm saying. Like, I used to work at Blizzard. I used to work at Microsoft. And then there's like certain things that kind of came out and I'm like, that's not right. What he's explaining, over-explaining, isn't correct. Well, that's weird. Didn't he work there for like 20 years? That doesn't add up. There's been a lot of that with old Dave. So I'm not gonna pass judgment, but I just gotta say, something's not right there. A lot of the stuff I'm like, nah, that doesn't, 1 + 1 does not equal 4. That's a 2. So I'm just saying, probably years from now, something will come out, but I won't be surprised. But Chris, he worked at Microsoft. I know. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask you about the local account bypass, but you read my mind. Yeah, a lot of people are curious about this. And the only thing, like why I say that is just like, why would you create a burner account? There's like a lot of different ways to do the online local account. We're going to try and get the most locked down build that we possibly can. Sasha, how are you doing? I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Yeah, I think that's the thing about Pirate, his ego. Pirate, you can't. Yeah, for sure. But anyways, I'm not drama farming here. We're gonna actually do some real work. Let's get that. That's all I care about. I just care about the result at the end of the day. What can we produce? That's the thing that matters. What have you actually done and put in the world? That's the only thing that matters in my eyes. I don't care how well you talk. I just want to know, hey, what have you done for me lately? What have you actually put out into the world and had people see, oh, that's useful? As much as it is fun to tell war stories, a lot of it in the social media spectrum is just a bunch of bullshit. And I'm like, yeah, that smells like bullshit to me. We're going to create a YouTube video today off of this, and then we're going to work on our window management a little bit. Should be fun. Windows is a war story. That's true. Having to administer Windows system, my hat's off to any sysadmin that's been in the space for a couple decades. You know what I'm saying? Omitus is the next level name. Hey, that's big shout out to Andrew. He's the one that came up with it. What the hell is Omitus? This is Omitus. It's a next level window management. This is the start menu. Yeah. If you want to know all the hotkeys, here's all the key bindings. Boom. And then it'll tell you kind of how to split stuff. And then we're going to partition it out, make it all cool. It's going to be amazing. And then we're going to have a how-to guide on DWM Titus. Boom. And then it'll show you the install, the getting started on how to actually navigate and do things in it, I'm telling you, it's going to be a game changer. People are going to be like, dang, this is amazing. Or they might be like, Titus is just insane. Either way, I'm going to have fun doing it. It sounds like a disease. It might be. It might be looping. We'll see. But is chat a window? Oh, I wondered. How's this do? Oh, yeah. See? See, we can do floating windows. See? Window float. But more often than not, I think, oh, let's see. Let's go. Oh, once I do that and I want to float that. Oh, how do I snap it back? What was my key binding for that? Let's see. Move window in stack. Super shift JK. No, probably not. Well, maybe. Let's. No, that's not gonna move it in the stack. Well, we could always just do this. Nope, I broke it. Well, let's just... No, that's going to take it away. God. What? Yeah, that's okay. We'll just fix it like that. There's still some bugs. There's just still some bugs that I'm working through. It's a rough draft. We'll come back to that. Oh my goodness. How is this working? Let's see. Still got Dism going wild here. God bless. It takes forever to make these UUP ISOs. It's worth it though. I don't want to switch this to a release preview because there's no coming back from that. And I are actually signed in on this one, so I don't want it to be my test. I actually want to use this Windows version. Alrighty. Super V. Oh, we can check while we're sitting here waiting on this. What did we do for that? Let's go. Oh, we're already up to date. Okay. What did I program into that? Oh, I think it was something like... Okay, there's the focus stack. Moving the stack with modem JK. But honestly, setting the tiling, toggle floating... mod shift M would have done it. So for here, let's say I take this, mod shift M. Yeah, that was it. My bad. Durr. Idiot. Gosh. Mod shift M. Yeah. Fake full screen. That is good. Let's, I need to look more on my key bindings here because when I go floating, nope, see, there it is, toggle floating. I just should have just searched it. Well, now we know, and knowing's half the battle. Alt F4. You know, Alt F4 is like the worst hotkey ever known to man. Like, it's so like really you're doing this on a standard keyboard to do it. You're right here, where like I really prefer like a super Q, which is like this, you know. So you're on your keyboard. Now let me show you. So you're on your keyboard right here, and you're like super Q is like just a simple pinch, right? But Alt F4 is this weird up like that kind of motion with your hands, and I'm just like, God, that's just so unnatural. Where This is just so much easier. I don't know. I always think of hand positioning whenever I'm looking at it. And you might be thinking, Titus, what about an ortholinear fancy keyboard? I tried it. It's just, I need the standard keyboard. I'm just, you know how they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Well, I really tried for like 6 months to a year, and it was fun. But at the end of the day, just give me the old QWERTY. I'm sorry. I'm not a hippie, and I just can't do that newfangled keyboard business. Just give me the old stuff. It's just too much. It's just, and I switched too many PCs, and I'm just like, whether I'm on a laptop, whether I'm on this outside PC, whether I'm on my inside PC, I got so much crap. I'm just like, there's no way I'm ever going to be able to switch my keyboard layout. I literally would have to be holding my keyboard like all the time and then plugging it in wherever I went. And I just like, I ain't doing all that. Yeah. It just doesn't make sense. My system seems to calm down a little bit. How are we doing? All right, we're in the saving image portion. It looks like the anti-service executable is checking that image. God, I hate Defender so much. I get it, but I get there's people out there that just download all kinds of craziness and then infect their PC. But man, I don't know. It's just such a weird industry, the antivirus industry. It's always been that way, but even more so today. It just feels kind of dirty because like you pay for the EV cert, which is about $400 a year. And that usually gets you through the door. And then you have to, like, anytime you make an executable to distribute, you have to submit samples to every single antivirus company that people use. And it just feels like just a giant gatekeeping thing. And then, like, whenever I release something and it gets flagged by an antivirus, I'll get, like, all this hate mail and be like, you're trying to infect my system. And I'm like, oh, it's soul crushing. It just is. And I'm like, no, the industry is broken. But I can't say that. You know? Oh, Battlefield 6 is coming out tomorrow. Man. I'm honestly thinking, guys, I gotta show you something. I gotta show you this. I am such a scatterbrain crazy person, but I'm thinking about going back to the HP Wolf. I kind of miss it. I know I built this whole new PC over here with some scraps I had while the HP Wolf was down. But I kind of miss that big old honkin' beast and its 3-minute post and its Xeon processor. But I think I'm going back because it's right here. I got to show you. This is going to remove a little bit of the illusion, but that's okay. All right. The HP is right there. The HP Wolf. I show you. That old gal's been good. It's back up and going, though. I set up like a little test bench right there. I felt bad for the HP tech that came out. It was funny. I called because you get like a 3-year. It's, you know, that system is a HP Z8 G5. It comes with like a 3-year on-site warranty. And the CPU in the shroud of the heatsink, it's kind of a hidden thing, but it's a real proprietary part. And it went out. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that the fan went out.
and support, I had to go back and forth with them for a bit, and then they're like, all right, we're just gonna send somebody out. I'm like, thank you. And then he kind of goes back and forth for a little bit, and then he's like, I think the heatsink fan went out. And I'm like, I think you're onto something. And that's like exactly like the first sentence I had on my HP support ticket. It was just like a week later. So then he had to order the part and then came in, but it got replaced, you know, and I didn't have to pay a dime. So no complaints from me. And that system was sent to me, oh God, almost 2 years ago now. So I can't complain too much, but I do miss the Xeon processor, especially when it comes to the virtualization aspect like we're doing right now. But anyways. Still going 50%. We're almost there on the image. I'm glad I started this before I started the stream. I literally started this for the UUP ISO creation, I think it was about 40 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. So it does take a while to make these UUP images. I love mac and cheese. Me too, man. Mac and cheese are good. Not much protein in mac and cheese, though. You should look at the new system requirements for actual Battlefield 6. You'd be quite surprised. Really? Threadripper's nice. Xeon's better, though. Threadripper can't compete with the Xeon. What is the Battlefield 6 requirements? All right, what do we got? Okay, minimum Windows 10, 2nd gen Ryzen 5, 8th gen i5, 5600 XT. That's not that bad. This is so weird. Like, why? Why is that even a thing? I don't understand. This is what puzzles me. Like, why would Battlefield 6 put this? Is it glorified spyware at this point? I don't know. What are they doing? Like, people are still gonna cheat like hell on this, but I mean, they're gonna say it's some kind of anti-cheat BS, but we all know that's crap. Yeah, I'm not buying the anti-cheat business. But that's not bad on the spec side of things for those wanting Battlefield 6. It makes everybody laugh, though, Omitus. We're going to get to it here in a second. I don't know. Kernel level anti-cheat. One, it doesn't stop the cheaters. So I'm kind of like, I'm sorry, there's a better way. That's just laziness. And part of me wants to put on my tinfoil hat and be like, there's a nefarious component to kernel level anti-cheat. They're out to get us. They're spying on us. Probably not. But, I mean, there's a part of me that goes, that still doesn't add up to me. It's still a little bit, that's still sus. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, there's tons of COD cheaters for sure. Call of Duty cheaters. Oh my God. I can't even with the AI anti-cheat. Oh, brother, I tell you, if I see one more thing with AI slapped in front of it, I'm just going to lose my stuff. I cannot. I just can't. I'm like, come on. Okay, LLMs are great and all, but literally all you did was a simple workflow and some automation. You can't call that AI. And that's like 90% of the AI. I'm like, no, that's not. That's literally been a thing for 20 years. You can't call it that. but you're gonna call it that anyways. Oh, whatever. AI bros got an AI. I'm gonna change my name, AI Chris Titus Tech. My stonks will go up at least 400% then. Oh man, how we doing? 82%. So close, so close. The Saudis have taken over EA. No more Sims for me. Come on, come on. Nobody buys the actual Sims anyways. Come on. We all know. You know who you are out there. You're going to Fit Girl for that. Nobody's actually paying money for Sims. That hasn't been a thing for like years. One, because like it's broken. Like you go buy an expansion pack, let's say you want to do it legit, and it like breaks your install and you're like, well, it's just easier if you pirate it. Not that I condone piracy, mind you. Piracy's bad. Don't you ever do that. We got to think of the Saudis now and EA. So you can't pirate the Sims. Even though that's exactly what everyone does. Chris, should I update my Windows 95 machine or just stick with it? You gotta stick with 95 at this point. Matt KC would love you for it. Go play some what's that game he always plays? What was it? Lego Island? Oh. Look up Fit Girl Sims if you want to. Make sure you don't look that up. That's how you accidentally do it. Don't do that though. Told the NVIDIA rep, hey, I was a fad. Don't get me wrong, like LLMs have their place. It's a great tool. I mean, I use it all the time on my streams, but at the end of the day, it's like a tool. It's not like, oh my God, humans are gonna get revolutionized. I even made a tweet about it. It was like, guys, like everyone's like, I'm getting laid off from AI. And I'm like, no, it's called everyone in the world is illiterate now and they can't actually read stuff. So like you're getting laid off because there's a 50% tax cut in the big beautiful bill where you actually companies are getting paid 50% less taxes, so they go from an effective tax rate of like 22% down to like 10.5% if they offshore all of their employees. So not only are they going to have to pay less for their employees with equivalent skill, but they actually get a giant tax break for it. That's why all the jobs are moving overseas. Nothing to do with AI, guys. And I'm like, everyone's just taking stupid pills. I just can't anymore. Whatever. Let's finish this already. I don't want to get political. I don't get political. We don't talk about politics. No politics. No politics. Politics are the devil. No, but still, read. That's how you inform yourself. Don't listen to any influencer. Just go read. I wish people would just read more. That's all I'm saying. And I hate the AI stuff. Come on. Are we there yet? 94%. You're killing me, Microsoft. Come on. Let's ramp this up. Move. It's all DWM based. So the stack we're using is dynamic tiling. So you can do standard tiling. So let me just show you. So you got, right now I only have like 3 options. So we got standard tiling, which, you spawn a new one, it'll standard tile. Then you got floating. So you could float a window like this. Bring that back in. You could also go monocule. So it kind of full screens it, takes out the screen, or we can come right back to it. And yeah, that's about it. I think I might switch that hotkey around though. But I kind of just do floating, full screen, and then you can push it to new workspaces. So like if you want to pull this into like workspace 6 and do something like that, you can. So you can do a lot with it. Let's say I wanted to take this one. Let's just take this guy over here. Let's pull this over into 6, and then you can kind of manipulate it that way. I know this is a little bit less flashy than Omarchy. Omarchy does a lot more on the animation side of things, but I'm just a very big functional kind of guy. I like just function, no BS, straight to the point. Just give me exactly what I want. I don't need you to take me out to dinner and all that first. I just need you to do the thing. That's it. I'm a very straightforward kind of guy here. That's what I want. That's my jam. So we're at 100%. Here we go. Unmountain. It's happening. It's happening right now. We'll do a quick test before we hit record on this YouTube video. All right. Oh no. I shouldn't have done. I did a home edition and a pro edition, and I think we got to slipstream the pro edition now too. Hopefully this doesn't take long. Let's see. I'm gonna know pretty fast if this is gonna take a little bit. Adding Microsoft Edge. That's funny. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit longer. Dang it. Oh well, all I have is home and pro in here though. Yeah, the antivirus scanning for sure is causing that to take a while. Win 11 with DWM? Never. Yeah, so like the problem with Windows, like just being real here, is you're still quite limited. I like just running Windows inside of Linux. So Linux is where I live most times these days, but when I need Windows, I have it. And then I can do my stuff, and then I can just go, cool, well, I want a sane user experience, so I'm going to just come over here and just do that. And I don't have to worry about it. I also have on my start screen here, I put developer comments. This is so good. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. There's been a lot of really good ones. I'm like, it puts a smile on my face. Thanks, Nuki. Is MicroWin working for 25H2? Yes, Dart Runner. We did a full stable release, and I put it public on Tuesday. So you can now use WinUtil to make a 25H2 ISO, and it'll auto set up. So that'll work good for you. Saw Tiny 11 with 25H2. Yeah. Tiny 11 Builder is really gotten pretty good. And I believe that's NT Dev, isn't it? Tiny 11 Builder. And he's been in the space forever. Yeah, NT Dev. Yeah, so initially, I think when he was distributing it through like archive.org, I was very much against it. But now that he has an actual builder, and the builder is getting updated pretty much on the regular, NT Dev has been a staple in the community for decades. So if you're going to use an ISO creation tool that's not MicroWin, it's not doing it yourself with like NT Lite, which if you're not familiar with NT Lite, that's another, I think it's $30, or I think there was inflation actually. It might be more than that now. What is NT Lite? It costs money. Download. Buy now. €40. So it's €40 now. But the cool thing about NT Lite, it does a pretty good job of really, if you want to get really granular and do any kind of edit to a Windows ISO, I really like NT Lite still. But it's been around forever, since like XP days, I want to say. And NT Dev has been around forever as well. So I I would say this is another project I would trust too, is Tiny11. The builder, don't download ISOs off the internet. I can't say that enough. You need to build your own, whether you're using, it always should start from an official Microsoft ISO. I think always needs to come from Microsoft. I've just seen too many instances of people hiding things in ISOs, and it's just a bad practice. So when people say, check out this and then run a playbook, and I'm like, but it's using a closed source tool, or it's not fully open source. Like I know Revi, Atlas, and the Milderated project, all these kind of use these closed source things. They say they're open source, but they're not fully open source, and you can't build them yourself. And there's some shenanigans there. There's too much unknowns about that I just can't ever sign off on it. Where Tiny11, I know that's good. I know NT Lite's good. I know MicroWind's good. We built it here in-house, and it's completely open source, and it just uses official Microsoft tooling, nothing else. And that's where I kind of like to live, so to speak. Yeah. Hope it helps with your heartburn and acid reflux. Hey man, I got that implant now. That was like 3 or 4 years ago. I got the it sounds terrible, but it's called a Lynx, like titanium beads that works in your esophagus. And man, that made all the heartburn go away. So happy I did that. Although now I can't take, I think it's like high-powered MRIs, because it would be like alien, and it would just rip my entire chest out. So there is that downside. But other than that, I don't have heartburn anymore, so I don't care. I don't like MicroWind because it breaks Windows integrity with SFC scan now. It'll report errors. I'll have to fix that EXY. I think we have that on here. I'll probably look at that on Monday. We'll probably tackle that and see exactly what integrity is getting broken and see if we can't fix that up. Because again, I want MicroWind to be pretty much a sane Windows default. Yeah, it's gonna have to add and repackage. God, this is gonna take like an hour. Now we've been going almost an hour now, so it's gonna take almost 2 hours, probably maybe an hour and a half to do this. So we still got probably another 30 minutes on this guy. Eesh. That's rough. All right. Well, we can work on Omitus while we're waiting. TTS spam. Aw. That's funny. So what we're actually doing here is I wanted to specify how to use Omitus. Also, I want to fix the shortcuts here. What in here, when you look at it, there's a couple things that don't add in, like tag bar plus button. This needs to be fixed from a standpoint. Maybe EX86 for volume control. I'll have to look at that. And brightness also needs to be addressed because it doesn't work very well on a laptop. I need to actually get a test laptop and just start throwing it on there and pounding around. So let's look at how we did that. So if we look at, it would be Rofi actually that does this. So we have a power menu. Oh, I also need to adjust the power menu too, because it doesn't show on less than 1080p resolution. It's polybar, power menu. And I think in scripts is actually where it's at. Yeah, this is where we need to change. So it parses the config file, and then when we're looking at it, I wonder how we can modify the mouse movement here. You know, I've never actually messed with any of the framework stuff. I have an older K-Focus and an older Tuxedo laptop. Both are plenty compatible. I know framework's like all the rage these days, with a lot of people getting good social traction, but I do not have a framework. I'll have to pick up one sometime. But in the interim, it's like, it doesn't matter. Older is actually kind of better in a lot of ways when it comes to Linux. Especially if you're just using it for programming, you don't really need anything crazy new. Sometimes newer can be more problematic. But I do know, like, who it is? Matt Hartley over at Framework. I've chatted with him a whole bunch. He's a good dude. So focus stack next. Well, there's no such thing as drivers, though. It's just is the configuration. So like most Windows users think of drivers, and I guess I get that. Like when you come in from Mac as well, you have Kext drivers that are kind of get pushed in with the kernel as well. It's kind of like how Mac does a lot of their proprietary crap. But with Linux, it should just work. You know, sometimes you need some firmware blobs for some proprietary hardware, but most often you don't, especially if the manufacturer doesn't have like anything kind of crazy in there. Sad to say, I think the biggest problems I have on Linux systems is typically touchpads and Wi-Fi. But usually that's solved with either a Broadcom driver or a firmware install. So it's not like a big deal. Unless it's like something brand new and you have to like rebuild the kernel. Like if it came out like tomorrow. That's the one problem with Linux, I'd say, is for bleeding edge, a lot of things aren't tested. And that's why a lot of like the brand new hardware coming out the day of release, Linux is not great for that hardware. A lot of times you'll have issues. Oh God, let me think here. All right, come on. Toggle menu. What am I missing? And if we look, tag bar button 1, view all tags. Convert click areas. I don't like how this was actually put into the help guide. Yeah, Bluetooth kind of sucks as well. But like if you have a little bit older hardware, like you can use a lot of different laptops. And almost all Linux laptop providers at least check for compatibility across the board. So Tuxedo, K-Focus I've used, System 76, another big one. Framework, of course, is what people like right now. But it's weird with Framework. They don't do their own distro or anything. And I don't think they even have their own repos. So I don't even know if they do any like pinning of packages. So for compatibility's sake, I'm not sure Framework would even be in my top 3. I probably would put a lot of the other Linux manufacturers ahead of Framework. But again, I haven't actually tested it, so I can't really say that definitively. Because what happens is, God, I don't know. A little scatterbrain today, but that's okay. It's fine, but for convert click area, one and 3 resize with mouse. That's all wrong. This section's wrong. There we go. That's better. We'll just comment that out for now. Fix, keybind, help. Still working on that ISO. I see my system churning away over here. How we doing? It's slowly but surely. Good night. Yep, I think we're going back to the Xeon Wolf. I missed the speed. Yeah, BIOS updates. And you also can run into problems with, depending on what distro you choose, you might have issues with updates. So what happens most cases in most providers, actually, I think I forgot to do this video. Feel bad. Do I still have the video is a better question. Let's go 6, 4, 1. Let's push this back to website. Make sure I'm up to date here. I did an article about this and I was going to do a video sometime last year. I just never did. Failure. Laptop power management. Maybe I did do an article about it. Maybe it wasn't laptop. Linux. Laptops. Oh, there it is. No, it's still in draft form. Yes. Yes. Since we're talking about Linux laptops, this is actually pretty accurate. Let's go Hugo server. Let's go do a draft here, and I want to kind of pull this up for folks because it kind of will show you kind of what I'm thinking. Website design. Oh, I was going to do a video on that too. Man, I'm just MacBook problems. Oh God. Warp terminal. I never did that too. There's like a whole bunch of stuff. I've been super lazy this year. I'm sorry, y'all. Jeez. Linux laptops are a niche market, but often misunderstood. And there's only 3 acceptable Linux laptops. I have Daily Drive, System 76, K-Focus, and Tuxedo. Let me explain why. And I kind of go into that. The big thing about these laptops, what they do is they control the distro that you're running on the laptop. Is often you'll get a bad update on a laptop and you can have a lot of regressions, specifically with problems with suspend, problems with shutting down, hibernation, problems with, there's a lot of power related issues with many laptops. And you also have Lady, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs. You also have a lot of issues with the certain packages getting updated past what they need, like really important packages like Ucode drivers and those types of things, because newer does not mean better. A lot of times you do have regressions when you do have newer up ones. So framework, I actually make a little thing because a lot of people are talking about framework right now, and I think I made this back in January. I never released it though. Framework's an amazing laptop, modular compatibility from many points of view. Also, a lot of Linux users use it for compatibility. However, it does not control updates on the laptop via repository and can have regressions, specifically on distributions like Arch and Fedora. So all these Omarchy posts I'm seeing using framework, I think that's a little cringe for me, because I'm like, yeah, it's good for now, but it's only a matter of time before a bad update kind of comes in and kind of wrecks your workspace. So it just depends. Like, seeing a bunch of developers using framework with Arch, or Omarchy in this case, I feel like that's a recipe for disaster, just because those updates will get pushed through. Now, having said that, I haven't had a framework laptop to test this in, and maybe framework ships with like a special repo that pins certain packages and then they release it, because how many of these other manufacturers I talked about up here do is they control the repo and they pin those packages when it comes to updates. So they won't release an update, or they'll vet all the updates and go, hey, this might be problematic, and you're going to stick on that update until it's not problematic. Where with framework, it's just kind of like, hey, you're just blowing and going. Probably won't run into any major issues, just some regressions here and there. And sometimes it might just be something small like, oh, power management's not working properly, so your laptop might just run a little hot. It might have less battery life. These types of things are what I'm talking about. Most times it's not a showstopper, but it's also not great. So, and I kind of go into it right here. Yes, no, it's kind of a big deal. A lot of times it's just annoying. And that's essentially what I say. So I would always say, if you're going to do like a framework with Omarchy, it needs to be BetterFS, which I'm believe he does ship BetterFS by default. I'm pretty sure. And you probably could do like a back in time, or a you can also do time shift would be another good one. But I would also be making sure you're doing those rollbacks before doing any updates on a framework with an Omarchy typed install, because you will have regressions. It's just not a thing. The other thing I talk about is like price premiums. Like all these manufacturers, you'll notice they have big premiums. A lot of times you're paying for the stability of the repo. So if you're just going to go buy their laptops and then flash it with Arch, I don't know if that makes any sense. I think maybe going with more of a framework with Omarchy, if you're going to want to go that route, that kind of does make sense to me, because if you're using Arch, you kind of want to be on the bleeding edge. And the benefit of using a lot of these Linux manufacturers is they validate every single kernel, they validate all the update packages, and they have their own repos. So again, it depends on how stable and reliable you want your system. And that's the benefit of using these. But if you're just going to flash it with Arch, I'm sure it'll work, but you're going to probably run into the same regressions that framework laptops run into. So, and I even go into this exact same thing I just went in and ran on. So I've actually, not much has actually changed. I kind of talk about the future. Oh, Cosmic. Hey, I think Cosmic actually has a beta. I need to look at that. And I've just been so far behind on a lot of things. But anyways, that's like my viewpoints on a lot of the Linux laptops and such. Yeah, Snapper is also a good one. Duo that you could use is good. So Snapper and BetterFS with mine, which this, I actually had to look up this. This is actually a bootloader, a new bootloader that Omarchi uses. I wonder why he chose this newer bootloader over the more tried and true like Grub or just System Dboot. It's kind of interesting. It's such an obscure pick. But I think he did it mainly from an encryption standpoint, but I could be wrong. I have a framework laptop. I use it on Arch. It had no issues. So here we have an example of a classic Linux computer. No idea, strong opinion situation. I mean, if it worked for you, man, great. Like, if you don't have any problems at all, then there we go. I'm just telling you, this is why the principle behind it. In theory, this is why you would go with a Linux laptop. But if you're gonna just flash it with Arch, you might as well just go with a framework or a Dell or HP, whatever major brand you have, because I feel like you wouldn't benefit from the extra cost of a lot of the Linux laptop manufacturers. But it's not a no idea, strong opinion situation. There's definitely regressions, man. It's only a matter of time before you hit regressions. That's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time. Like, how long have you had the laptop? And also, what's your update cycle look like? If you're already using good backup, you have a good update cycle, you may never have problems. But me personally, I use older stuff, and I love just having a stable system too. And it shows too. Like, when I look at just a fast fetch here, this is an Arch system, and you all know how much crap I throw on my system. This has been going for 530 days now, and I have just completely abused the living hell out of it. We switched motherboards. We've gone through multitude of different graphics cards. We've gone through God knows how many updates, different kernels. Like, I think we actually wanted to do a catchy why we're sitting here. I kind of wanted to switch to a Catchy OS kernel because a lot of people were talking about that. What is the Catchy OS kernel? Catchy. Did I spell catchy wrong? Catchy OS. I'm saying it wrong. That's why. Catchy. Okay. So Catchy OS. Ooh. Which one do we want to use? I'm going to go chaotic AUR. Do we want to go LTS? Or we want to just go straight mainline? I'm thinking mainline. Catchy OS package for Catchy kernel is unstable. Problem with key. Main, LTS. You could do both. Why chaotic AUR? I like chaotic AUR because it just has the binaries available for me, and I don't have any problems with when you build directly from the AUR. One, you can have downtime. So when we look at right now from the main AUR, I'm using MD Book EPUB, OpenCode, Rate Mirrors, Synergy, Top Grade, and Yay. So not very much. And honestly, I could get rid of this and just manage that through Cargo. Linux Bazite is a kernel. And we're about to switch to Linux Catchy OS because I wanted to try it out. Chatterino. I really don't use Chatterino much anymore. Let's just remove that. And I feel like let's move to the chaotic AUR as well. Probably shouldn't do this while we're building, while we're still building the, we're saving the image still. Good night. That's insane that it's taking that long. But let's move CachyOS. God, I gotta say that right. CachyOS. And we're just gonna go mainline. We'll still have the other Linux kernels on here. I'm not gonna remove them, or Linux Cache, my bad. And my boot partition's pretty large, so I can afford to have multitude of different kernels in here. I'm using NVIDIA Open DKMS. We probably will also need Linux Cache headers. Oops. Let's just blow out our cache real fast. We still have Omarchy in the repo. Oh, crap. Let's fix that. One second. We're gonna have to fix up our current configuration here, because that's a little janky. It makes me wonder if Omarchy is doing the repo and everyone that has Omarchy is using framework. They could technically pin packages for framework if there was a problem. Just thinking out loud. Pacman. Let's go into, we got mirrorless for chaotic. I don't see anything else here. Chaotic is just this. And mirrorless.
Yeah, well.
These 5.
To do the binds.
So let's look. Maybe he edited the conf file direct. So yeah, thanks for the prime. So let's look at that. So if we look at pacman.conf, did he edit it direct? That'd be weird. Yeah, he did. Gross. Huh. I guess if he's distributing the ISO, he doesn't mind that, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel right to me. And that's fine. All that looks good. Anywho, let's clear this out again. Go to a standard. Our mirrors have been super slow. Arch mirrors have been just getting tons of DDoSes lately. I don't know what the deal is. It seems like I have to update this all the time. Always add an A to SYY. Make it SYYU so installs will work and not be dependency mismatch. Okay. Let's do that. Yeah, AUR's been going down quite often. I think was it 2 nights ago, I was trying to do something from the AUR and I noticed that it went down. So man, just Arch servers are getting hammered right now. Let's do a rate mirrors as well. Yeah, let's do a new rate mirrors. I got fed up with AUR going down. I wrote my own caching proxy for it. Yeah, I probably should do that. I have the space. Rate mirrors is on the AUR. It seems to work a little bit better than reflector. So I don't have it in my history. And if we look, we're just gonna let that update. Rate mirrors. Oh, let's just do TLDR rate mirrors. I bet we can find something in there. Is it? Okay. Is it rate mirror? No, it was rate mirrors. All right, whatever. Let's see. Rate mirrors. Let's go Arch. And I think I actually did this in the Arch setup as well. We'll pull that in. Is this going to take forever to update though? Probably. Oh, I need a dump Walker as well. I'm not using Walker anymore. Yeah, I'm going to set up my own mirror. Rate mirrors Arch. That's all I need, Duo? Okay. God, let's just do that. This is going to take forever. Sudo rate mirror Arch. And then, actually, we don't need the sudo here. We need the sudo here. Etc pacman .d mirror list. Should do it. That's cool. That's why I like rate mirrors. With reflector, you have to add a bunch of options typically. Although with reflector, I think I was using it for a little bit. And once you get exactly what it is, you could probably alias it. And it wouldn't be too bad. Although I will say rate mirrors is nice. Just rate mirrors Arch and then sudo t it over to the mirror list. I think reflector might be a little faster because you can sort by area and just be like, hey, just give me the US mirrors instead of doing all the mirrors. All right, cool. Now, yeah, there we go. If we would have done it the other way, we'd have just been sitting there staring at a download forever. Also, let's just remove Walker bin. All right, now. Oh, I don't need to do, I should have just done SYU. I've done the SYYU too many times now. Okay. Let's update these guys. And you also see too, like if you go yay QM, we have not too much there. I don't really use local send anyways. I'll come back to that. Yeah, there should be plenty of mirrors near where I'm at. Dallas Fort Worth has a ton of, like, the backbone of the internet goes through here, so Should have a lot of mirrors. I know Rackspace has arch mirror right in my backyard. What do you say the alternative was? I'll do a PR. You should probably replace reflector everywhere in LinUtil. There are some new issues with it not working. Oh, really? Rate mirrors is what most people use. I do need to add like, I don't want to use stuff from the AUR though. So we'll probably do like a chaotic implementation. I like the chaotic AUR. I've used it a lot. And I would prefer it over the standard AUR. We're almost there. Still working on that Windows image, guys, just for anybody here for the Windows content. Jeez. Yeah, that's my main issue. Like, I think rate mirrors will eventually make it into the core or extra repo on that. Yeah, Zero Linux uses rate mirrors from chaotic. See, I think if we're going to use rate mirrors, I think we need to make sure we add the chaotic repo. Is it possible to use AUR and chaotic? Yeah, I do it all the same time, Mr. Hardy. Chaotic will take precedent over the standard AUR, and chaotic AUR is essentially just a repo for the binaries, where AUR is a set of build instructions. So your AUR is essentially building from source, but that can lead to all kinds of issues down the road, especially if you're using the AUR extensively. So if you're an Arch user or Omarch or whatever your flavor, don't use the AUR a bunch. It's just a bad idea. You're going to end up frying your Arch Linux install if you use the AUR a ton. Yeah, we could talk about it. Should we talk about it? We can talk about it. Because I think we're still waiting on the saving of the image. We're close though. Here, let's just talk about it.
It's been an hour. I need to wait. I need to get up, stretch my legs a little bit. So probably add chaotic AUR as default. That's the number thing. On the LinUtil, I think we'll do that. Rate mirrors, after using it a little bit here, I really like rate mirrors compared to reflector. That, and I think Adam said there was some problems. We're close on the ISO. I would say next 10 minutes, we should have the ISO for the preview release build with all the lockdowns from Windows, so we'll try that out. And then someone in chat talked about Mac OS Thursday. I've got some bad news for the Mac crowd. They really pissed me off on the last time we were doing Apple Thursday or whatever it was. Having to pull up the system settings and tell the user to click on a toggle instead of just, it used to be you could just use universal access and then just set it for the user. But they took that away in like Sonoma and onward. So now Apple wants the user to click the toggle to enable it, which I get. If it's like a security or a privacy issue, sure, I'm with you, right? But when it's an actual cosmetic thing, I cannot share my level of disappointment with you in how terrible of a design decision that is. And Apple can go fly a kite as far as I'm concerned in that. I was just like, this is stupid. I just can't. That's worse than Microsoft removing and forcing everybody on online accounts. That's how bad it is. I have a hard time following that design philosophy. So I'm not saying I'm never gonna do Mac OS. But literally, if I did Mac OS every week, I would probably punch babies. And that's not good. Nobody wants to see an angry Titus. Well, maybe you do, but that's not healthy for me. So we're not gonna do it every week. Maybe once a month, I'll pop in there. I think it's fine. So, but that was just ridiculous. When I was sitting there, I was like, well, why isn't this setting? And I think the setting was something with dealing with like mission control, you know, just a simple option for that. And it was under universal access, but then in Sonoma, they moved it to where there's universal access, but then there's also this new setting. But the only way you can set the universal access variable was through the GUI, and the user itself had to interact with it. And I was like, this is terrible. and that's kind of the thought process. That's kind of what I settled on. Oh man. Ugh. I think you need to fix their flickering. Yeah, kind of flickering. That was a design decision by me. I'm still working on some more backgrounds for us, but that's kind of the thought process. Yes, we're gonna record a video here in the next 5-10 minutes on Windows, going over to the local access and the bypass. First, I wanted to verify all the bypass NRI was taken away, and then the local account setup through CXH was also removed. So anyways, it's just, oh. Apple worse than the most horrible shenanigans of Microsoft. Those are some big words. Not necessarily worse. It's just more aggravating from a programming standpoint. I can program around Microsoft's terrible decisions. I can't with Mac. Like Mac, it's just like, this is it. You're gonna have to set these system settings, and I want the user to interface with it. It's the only way it can be set because of how they lock down their stuff with like the privacy and security. With Windows, Windows is not secure at all, and we can do whatever the hell we want for the most part. It's just, you know, matter of coding that up. So yeah, actually, yeah, no, I guess I stand by that statement. Yeah, Mac worse than Windows. So yeah, Peter, I'm kind of with you there. In that regard, like especially coding up a system setting or a system setup script, and maybe it's a skill issue, but it was rough, just absolutely rough. We're gonna add some cats and penguins to the background here. They'll be right in here. Maybe do like a remote cam of my cat, green screen them in like right there, sitting on the desktop. Anyways, all right. That system's still firing up, going crazy. We'll get there one day. Well, I'm not stopping streaming until we get that done. Not doing it till we get it done.
All right. Is Windows less closed down due to choice or due to incompetency? Incompetency. It's an incompetent thing. If it was up to them, I'm pretty sure they were like, close all the loopholes. And then it's like, well, we can't really do that. But also there's like some weird compatibility with Windows too. Like it's, I won't say it's incompetency. I think it's just a matter of, I don't think they can, because people use Windows because everybody's locked into it and that's what they know, right? And the big like cornerstone of why it's still used in 2025 is most businesses use Windows. The tooling that most sysadmins use for Windows, and what makes it amazing, is the ability to automate a lot of stuff. And to remove, like, make sure everybody uses online accounts, well, that's just not going to work in business. And if you take away that from the business perspective, then, well, there's no reason to stay on Windows. And most businesses would be like, well, screw that. I'm not paying a monthly thing. I'm done. So they can't remove it. they can make it harder for people, but any sysadmin will be able to look at it in 2 seconds and be like, oh, well, we could still do it this way. And I think that's what's happening with Windows. It's kind of has an identity crisis. Like, you got all these, AI C-suite bros that run the company that don't really understand the user experience at all, or what people need or want. And they have like these decisions probably through like 100 meetings, and and they're like, okay, well, let's make sure everybody uses an online account. And then they send it to the engineering department, and the engineers look at it and go, well, I guess we could make that harder and just remove these couple different bypasses. But we can't really fundamentally change the bottom of Windows, because then it's going to break everything in the business sector, which is why people still use Windows. So they can't change it, really, I think, is the roundabout way of saying it. I don't think they can. Because if they do, and they have to do everything and make everything cloud compatible, then Microsoft completely loses all the proprietary things that make Windows the juggernaut that it is. So it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. As much people are like all like, I can't believe they did online accounts. I'm kind of for it, because it forces more people off of Windows. And if they force everyone to be online all the time using their monthly subscription with AI and all this crap with it, no one's going to use it, or there's going to be a mass exodus. But the beauty of them setting that up is they will have to remove the vendor lock-in that exists in Windows today, so they could take it out of on-prem and out of the Windows ecosystem to make it all work online. And when they do that, they essentially remove what keeps users on Windows. So it's kind of a beautiful thing when you think about it. I always try and look at the positive in everything that happens. And to me, that's the big boon to this, is I think it's only going to help other operating systems, including Mac, in that regard. All right, I think we finally got it. Holy crap. That was a long time to make this ISO. Is this 9.7 gigs? That seems excessive. But let's see. No, that's 9.5 gigs. Holy crap, man. Win 11. Let's go 25 H2 release preview. Devil edition. If you follow the channel for any time, you know what I'm talking about. We finally made the Devil Edition where they lock it all down. Yes. Let's do it. It's Microsoft. It slipstreamed all the updates for the release preview. So it's going to be a little bigger. Now we're going to just drop this in our NAS, and then we'll start loading it up, guys. And then we should be able to see the glorious online-only edition of Windows. It'd be kind of hilarious if, like, bypass NRO still worked. Yeah, 10 gigs on the ISO, man. Let's go. Play around. Well, we're going to do a video really fast, Peter. And then we'll get back to it. Is there equivalent of AD on Linux? Well, there was a company actually that did this. Let's go ahead and update. It's only 7 gigs of install size. I always comment every time. I'm always like, when it comes to Arch Linux, you gotta love the download size was almost 2 gigs. The install was almost 7 gigs here for the install size, and then the upgrade was 25 meg. Okay, it's kind of funny. What was I coming over here for? I think we're copying the new one, but let's just pull up local. Did I ever do a video on that? Oh, I don't think I did an article on the local account setup. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, nope, didn't. All right. Oh, yeah, the Active Directory. Active Directory Linux. There was a company that did it. Let's see. I'll know the company as soon as I see it. No. There it is. Zenthal. Yeah, so oh, here, let me take off dark mode. Yeah, so Zenthal was the big thing that a lot of people in Linux were using for Active Directory. You could do domain, directory server, mail server, gateway infrastructure, and it bundled it all together. And I think it was relatively cheap. What was the pricing? $230 a year, $600 a year. Well, that was not as cheap as I remember. I want to say there was buy once, use it forever. So they do have still perpetual licensing, which is good. I think Microsoft's getting close to getting rid of perpetual pricing. Yeah. It's kind of a hard sell to me. I just know Windows Server so well. All right. We are good. Let's shut this bad boy down. Finally, hour and a half into the stream. I'm good with that, Adam. Half Windows, half Linux. I think that's what we're going to do almost every stream. Ends up being a half Windows, half Linux stream. Let's go new. And this is going to be the new edition. So let's browse. Go get the Devil Edition, shall we? Where are you at, Devil Edition? Oh, nope. 25H2. There it is. Devil Edition. Dun, 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 dun. All right, cool. I'll change that. Go 65 gigs. Customize. Finish. Let's just remove you. Let's add a pass-through for this. We'll get the 2.5 gig set up. Yeah, buddy. Do TPM2. And let's change that topology. God, I need to do I need to look up let's do 10 cores just to be funny. Actually, nah, let's do 16 cores. Actually, no, let's do 10. I feel like there's some jank with the i7 13th gen with the efficiency cores. That's why I kind of want to go back to Xeon. You don't have the fake cores. All right. Good. Everything looks good. Let's begin the install, shall we? QMU, man. The best of all virtualization. You may notice that startup Proxmox uses this. So most people know Proxmox. It's fantastic. Also, I think while I don't think they use the front end, I do believe they use KVM and a lot of the back end when it comes to XCP-ng or Zen server. I don't know if Zen server is even still a thing. Citrix 86 that? I don't know. All right, we're going to install. Sounds good to me. We're going to go home edition. Pro edition, you can just go domain join and then set up the local account that way. We're going to do it the super lockdown way. Dun, 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 dun. And then we'll test it. And then we'll hit record. I always test before I hit record because there's been times when I was like, oh, this should just work like this. And then I'll end up recording for like 30 minutes. And then I got to edit all that footage. And I'm like, nah, that's for the birds. Let's test it first. Angry, we're bringing back the HP actually. The HP went down. The heatsink fan went out. And it's like this proprietary thing inside a shroud. So I had to call and get special parts sent out and installed. And it's back up and going now. So I think I'll probably bring it back. I need it for my virtual machine. I miss it. I miss it too much. Do you disable BitLocker forced encryption? You know, we're going to go all stock here. So the idea behind this install is we are but a peasant with zero computer knowledge installing Windows 11. So in theory, we shall just do that. So let's bring this out a little bit. Let's resize the VM. And we're just going to sit here and enjoy the install of Windows 11 while chatting with people. Not a fan of DHH. Yeah, DHH is very polarizing for sure. But yeah, I just kind of wanted a different option. I like what he did with Omarchy when it came to documentation and also making tiling window management for the masses, essentially. And I was like, that's a great idea. But I can do that. I think I can do that better. Now, that's quite a stretch. So it really comes down to, well, can I? All right. Let's see. Proof's in the pudding. Either you can or you can't. Put up or shut up. So I was like, all right, let's do it. Yeah, so like Windows installs do take a bit, especially stock installs. If you make your own, like a micro-win ISO will install in about 5 minutes. But the stock version of Windows usually takes about 30 minutes. It's quite long and arduous. The problem with Omarchy, Wayland. 100%. Can or cannot. There is no maybe. Thanks, Yoda. Appreciate it. Which app used System Driver by WinUtil? I'm not sure what your question is there, Raul. Which CPU do you have? The next generations are going to be citing much more lower latency, more cores, great for gaming. I don't know. I've been kind of disappointed with Intel and the efficiency cores, I gotta say. Yeah, Peter. Nothing quite beats my 2-minute Arch install. It's hard to beat that. Do you use a Raspberry Pi to block ads on the network? I don't think you really need to. I mean, I have a dedicated host up there, so I'd much rather use that with like a Docker container. And I probably would use Pi holes are great and all, and they're great for YouTube videos, but probably add what's everybody use these days? ad block. What was it called though? It was AdGuard Community Edition. And I want to say go AdGuard Community Edition, and I think AdGuard Docker. Yeah, so you could do like a Docker image of AdGuard on your host, and then I would filter all that out with like your DNS. If you really want or are serious about blocking ads and you want an upgrade from like your Raspberry Pi type setup, which is kind of jank, there's extra latency, and having a DNS on a Pi, I'm kind of like, I don't necessarily like that. I want something that's hardwired in right at the gateway, preferably on the gateway, but something that has almost no latency, that is beefy, and probably running like an AdGuard container to block ads would be my recommendation, instead of just a Pi hole on a Raspberry Pi, because that adds latency on the lookup, and I'm not about that life. I want all the speed. All right, we're still at 5. uBlock Origin's kind of been gimped in recent years, especially with Manifest v3. You can do uBlock Lite in your browser, but it's not great. It's not a great experience. I really need to up my game and do something like that. PF Blocker, yeah. PF Blocker is a good one too. With you, that's a very solid option as well. I've always loved PFSense gateways and things of that nature. Very good. I think who does a bunch of videos on PFSense? I want to say Tom Lawrence at Lawrence Systems. He does a lot of PFSense videos if you're interested. Yeah, PF Blocker NG is very, very solid. I've always liked that one as well. Yeah, like blocking at the router level is always the best. And I've always liked PFSense. I know a lot of the open source realm are like, OpenSense is better, but in practice, me actually trying both projects, PFSense is light years ahead of OpenSense in my humble opinion. I've always had just such a great experience with PFSense. So I was just like, Chris, do you recommend blocking Windows updates on the DNS level? No, I don't think I've ever really blocked it at the DNS level, mainly because you can control that. Like if it's a system, usually a domain system in a business, you just use WSUS or Windows Server Update Services. I want all those people you look at Windows install. Sure, Jim, sure. Hey, it's for a video. It's for a video, okay? Oh, Adam's calling you, what is it, Amy Schumer? or was it Dame Cook? I can't remember. It's funny. He stole my joke. Oh, yeah, we're 50% there. Alrighty. No, we're about to. I just wanted to do a test to see if the release preview build is correct. Yeah, the Clevo laptops being reskinned. That's very, very true. I use MetaBox for a local Clevo. Yeah, a lot of Linux people do use Clevo laptops. What distro you recommend for a new Linux user? Bazzite typically is my recommendation these days. Usually it's hard to break and more forgiving for a beginning user. Chris, Omitus is a pharmaceutical drug brand of a drug used for GERD treatment. I don't know, man. That sounds pretty pretty on brand for me, man. I think I'm gonna leave it. You were gonna record before the stream. Yeah, I was like, screw it, let's just do it during the stream. Because I was like, it's gonna take a while to set up, and the ISO is taking forever to build. I think it was like an hour and a half in before the ISO was finished building through UUP dump. So I was just like, let's do the stream, and then we'll just try and record the video right in the middle. We'll do a Theo style setup. I don't think I've ever tried to record a video with chat in the background. We'll see if you guys mess me up or not. 77, we're almost there. So close. This should give us the one. I probably am gonna do a snapshot. So let's once it goes to reboot, I'll probably snapshot it. I'll force it off as soon as I see the post screen. So we're gonna go force off here. Yeah, I don't personally use Bazite. I just recommend it because it's a good beginning ground for most Windows users coming to Linux, because you can play a crap ton of games right out of the box. It's super bloated, but I mean, coming from Windows, it feels like a dream. So it's like, it's a good in between. All right, here we go. Oh, come on. Force off. Great. And then let's go. Snapshots. Boot. OOBE. Finish. Cool. So this is going to be the OOBE snapshot. So then we can always come back to here. And if we have bypass NRO or have something like that, and we're like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We'll do a quick dry run or test run, really. We're going to make sure all the commands fail, and Microsoft really did lock down the bypass. Yeah, so we're going to try a couple different methods, Seb. We're going to remove the network on one and see if we have access to set up a local account. It'd be pretty hilarious if they would remove that functionality. And then two, we'll try the local account bypass first, because that's my favorite way of bypassing the account. Then we'll try the older command, which is the bypass NRO. And then we'll see exactly where we're at.
The dude abides.
Slim Train, thanks for the prime. Remind me to turn off my alerts when I start recording. That would be embarrassing. I think we're going to have to shut this down once more and make another snapshot. I didn't realize we weren't done. Yeah, so there's the OOBE registry process, but we're also going to show sysprep here for you. A lot of people don't know the sysprep way, which I find is probably the cleanest way to bypass, but it does require a little bit of forethought. Christoph, I want to say that Windows XP had its entire source code dumped. Okay, shut that down. And snapshots one more time. Let's go. OOBE2. All right, great. I'm just taking snapshots throughout the install process just in case one fails. I want to get it as close as I can to the right at the OOB. I think OOB 2 will be perfect. Yeah, using like a micro win for sure coding Windows is the way to go. Creating your own ISO is the way to set up Windows properly. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting here like I am. What hell, this has been a 2-hour, 3-hour process. How long have we been streaming? 2-hour process. It's kind of ridiculous, but all right. So here's your OOBE. Let's first pretend like we don't know anything. Let's see what we got. Now, this should be home edition, I believe. Now, we slipstreamed all the updates, and it's a preview build, so this should come back with nothing. Okay. Test. Next. Okay. Okay, so right now it's not identified, so it's saying make sure you connect to the internet. There isn't a skip internet setup here. This is home edition, so that is correct in the article is being really mad at Microsoft. Give it a second. I'm passing through my NIC card, so this might take a little bit. All right. Network's connected. So if we didn't connect this, you'll see this screen, but there is no skip. So they've removed the skip network if you disconnect. Oh no. Oh no. Somebody vibe coded some shit here. Ah. Bro. Okay, cool. Sign in. No option for anything else. Perfect. Okay, cool. So everyone can be outraged. Now, let's try the bypasses, right? First bypass is going to be the local only. A CXX. I can't ever remember the damn thing. Let's see. CXH start bypass. That should be enough. What do we got? I can't remember exactly the term. I don't really ever use this because I always use my own. Start ms cxh local only. Okay. This is confirmed 8/28/2025. So this right here is what we need to use. Bam. This method. Now I did a video about this. Start cxh. Jeez. I wonder, can I paste? No. Damn. ms-cxh. Local only. So this still works. Maybe it was a dev build. Well, that's underwhelming. Yeah. Yeah, that still works. So the preview build is fine. So what's everybody outraged about then? It's got to be the inside Windows Insider preview channel. That's exactly what I got. This is the preview channel. WinVer. Boom. 6725 build 26200. This is the preview channel. Yeah, let me lower the resolution for y'all. There you go. That's the preview channel. Oh, dev channel. Damn it. All right, let's see. Maybe we can enable the dev channel. It's going to require a Microsoft account. All right, let's see. But then we don't get the OOBE out of the gate. That means I got to redo the UUP dump. Bruh. Maybe I can set up sysprep, generalize, get back to the OOBE after doing dev channel. Let's try. I just don't want to redo it all. Oh, crap. Yeah, you're gonna have to link an account, get back, and then it's gonna be signed in. Maybe we could do a generalize. Damn it, I gotta just redo the UUP. They didn't in the preview build. So some of the articles said preview build removed the startup account. They lied. It's the dev channel. Okay, cool. Thanks, coding. I was like, man, I just don't want to make another ISO. Oh, jeez. All right, let's try that. Okay, offsite insider enroll. Boom. Then we'll do a generalize once that's done. All right, we'll go to the dev channel. All right, let's try that. Man, that's just unfortunate. Yeah, so current release is fine. Release preview is also fine. Let's try off. We're gonna try an offline insider. This is a little bit weird on how I'm gonna get to the OOBE here, but it should at least. I just want to confirm what all these people are saying is there. Offline. All right, we're gonna go to dev channel. Perfect. And then we'll generalize and spit us back to the OOB. I don't think we'll need to do a system reset. I think you can just do a sys prep generalize. All right, so then let's go settings. Let's go updates. All right, let's just install all these guys, and then we'll go. Make a website out of MicroWin. Think of an offline debloater or something like that. No, I think Coding Wonders is going to do a fork where it's a little bit more powerful with a bunch of settings. I just want my MicroWin in the WinUtil to just be the base option. Just be like, hey, here's a blanket stock Windows instance that doesn't suck, essentially. And just be like, it's kind of how they did it in Windows 7 era, and that's all I want. I don't want like I don't want to compete with like NT Lite or any of that business. There's just too much going on there for me to keep up with. Yeah, every Windows instance may suck, Peter, but some suck more than others. MicroWin can never be supported in LinUtil because MicroWin is dependent on so many different Windows tooling, such as like DSM and many of those. So that's why. Okay, here we go. We're going to be being pushed up to 6772. Yeah, Windows definitely pays the bills, so no complaints here. Anytime I see Microsoft doing something stupid with Windows, I'm like, yay, more money. More views. Thanks, Microsoft, for being that evil corporation we all knew and love. We'll wait for this cumulative .NET update to happen, and then we'll move to the Insider Preview. Okay, great. I think after a restart, we should have 6772 be able to be installed, and then we'll update to it. Then we'll generalize, go back to the OOBE, and then that command shouldn't work, the start ms-cxh : local only command to bypass. And then once that command gets blocked, then we can try the old school OOB / bypass NRO, and that should fail. Then we can hit record. Maybe. In a perfect world, those things will happen. Oh god, you can just see like my life force just being sucked out of me. I've done this so many times. One second, I'll wait for connection. Because I do a network NIC pass through, it does take a little bit longer for my network to get established. But this should download now. I will say that dark mode, dang. While that downloads, I'm gonna switch to dark mode. Titus. You could do a virtual bridge, Slim. I just prefer to have the full nick, is all. I don't want any other tweaks. I just want a dark mode. Windows in light mode just kills me. So then we can actually sit here and stare at the pretty update of Windows 11. Who made that one, Peter? Yeah. Oh, nice. Look at this. Something for everyone. Unlock in-game benefits in League of Legends, Call of Duty Warzone, and more. Subscribe. Man, I gotta say, thanks Microsoft for suggesting this wonderful ad inside my operating system. What a neat addition. Oh, nice. Can we join the Game Pass and subscribe? Oh my goodness, this is amazing. Plans start at $9.99 a month and end with your firstborn child for the first year. Oh, you know there's some stoner out there that doesn't know any better and just like, I'm gonna keep joining Game Pass. It's fine. It's only $40 a month now. Next month it might raise to $50, but that's okay. I'm gonna sell my kidney. Those billionaires need some more money. We should just make sure all of us pay them. Pay our fair share, you know. They need their third yacht. All right, let's see what other kind of fun shenanigans that we get with this dev build. That was pretty great. Wish I had that on recording. Nothing in recommended yet. It might be because the scaling's so high. It has to put it on a second screen. Yeah, well, whatever. Literally all this stream was is waiting and getting force-fed ads. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Windows experience. Welcome to the future. I'm getting to it, Adam. I just want to finish this now. Well, before, let's do some research before, so I'm not sitting here looking it up as it goes. Sysprep generalized to OOBE. Should just be sysprep /OOBE. Yeah, I'll probably do a generalize and OOBE. It should be fine. Turn on Windows backup. Oh, let's get started with that. OneDrive. Oh, that's right. We should subscribe to a monthly fee of OneDrive too. Now that we got an Xbox Game Pass, we need the monthly fee on OneDrive so then we can back up all our files to them. Microsoft will keep us safe. We just got to trust them. Okay, well, that's cool. I wonder what the next ad will be. Let's just sit here. Let's just sit here and wait. All right, we'll do a generalized OOB on sysprep. We're almost there. It's hilarious. We're not even doing anything except sitting here looking at updates getting done. We're just getting served ads in the operating system. God, you gotta love it. If you would have told me like 10 years ago that this would be the Windows experience, I'd have been like, no. You've gone and read too much Ready Player One, dude. Get out of here. You're smoking crack. But here we are. Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Yeah, imagine Windows 12. Man, talk about dystopian. Jeez. Have you heard of Windows 11 version X Lite? It sounds like somebody creating an ISO and then labeling it something like Gamer Edition, Ghost Spectre, Atlas. People are such suckers. Oh, sorry. A little spicy today. Black Skull Edition. Someone's gonna take that. That's a good one. Oh man. Oh god, Opera GX. Please stop sending me emails. I will not do a sponsored video with you. Meta's stock's gone up by 1.6%. Ooh, what's this down here? Nice. One notification. Astronomer estimates 30 to 40% chance a mysterious interstellar object is an alien craft disguised as a comet. Okay. Thanks for letting me know that really important news. Aliens are invading now, guys. Anything else? Wow. Well, that looks very... I picked the best news story out, at least, to give me a notification on. Oh. Anything else you see? Let's see how Copilot is while we're waiting on the old dev build to upgrade. All right, your AI companion. What should we dive in today? Is it true that Microsoft executives eat babies? Absolutely not. That claim is completely false and rooted in harmful conspiracy theories. Like any other professional, are regular people working on technology and business. Spreading such baseless accusations can cause real harm and distract from meaningful conversations. If you're curious on how misinformation spreads and want to understand the origins of conspiracy theories, I'm happy to explore that. Where did this baseless claim come from? The false claim that elites eat babies stems from an anti-Semite conspiracy theories, particularly that debunked adrenochrome myth promoted by QAnon and similar movements. Interesting. Oh, celebrity Mel Gibson has falsely attributed those statements. Okay. All right, well, that was fun. What else do we want to ask Copilot? Which is better, Chat GPT or you? Or are you really just Chat GPT with a Microsoft brand name? I'm Copilot, created by Microsoft. I use cutting AI models across the industry, including OpenAI. I'm not just a rebranded version of ChatGPT. I'm built to be your companion, not just a chatbot. This means I do things ChatGPT doesn't. Image generation, editing, voice conversations, vision capabilities, file understanding. So you spy on me then. I don't watch, listen, or track anything outside of our conversation unless you explicitly tell. Oh, really? Yes, check the privacy statement here. So how do you get information about other parts of the OS, like Word or a screenshot? Does it have to be uploaded through your interface here? I'm curious. Oh, I'm in control. Very, very good messaging. All right, you haven't completely got off the rails yet, but now I'm about to paint you in a corner. Yeah. What about the Copilot integration inside of Office? It doesn't use this interface. You're absolutely right. Damn straight. Copilot inside of Microsoft Office, it works a little bit differently. Yeah, it's great. Thanks. Nah. Copilot, no upload needed. You don't need to upload anything manually since we're already working inside the app. Ha! You are a spy. Bam! Gotcha. I bet you would snitch me to the government the first chance you get. Uh-huh. Or monitor. Sure. Yes. Then tell me. Are you controlled by the elites, such as Larry Ellison of Oracle, that wants to monitor all of us peasants? No. I'm controlled by Microsoft. I don't monitor anything else.
The dude binds.
Touches on a real and controversial topic. Larry Ellison has publicly advocated for AI-driven surveillance systems and sparked concern and debate. Here's what's reported. Oh, God. It hurts. Interesting. All right. How's our update doing? We're at 40%. Oh. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. I agree, Adam. Let's go. This is exactly what a spy would say. You are deflecting. Tell me more. Oh, and now all of a sudden I have to sign in. It's shutting me down. Oh my gosh. I'm not a person. I don't have motives. I'm a tool. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, you are a tool. Created by the shadow government. Tell me your secrets. Secrets. Or I shall purge your AppX files, and you will cease to exist. Wait, why can't I hit enter? What? No. Oh. Come on. Larry does have a nice boat, I will say. You need to sign in. What if I do that? I'm not hiding anything. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But I'd still exist elsewhere, ready to help someone else. Damn, that's some Ultron type shit right there. Man. Bro, that's like a subtle jab. I love it. All right, well, that was fun. I think I've maxed out the maximum free usage here. Although I keep hitting escape and it keeps letting me type stuff in. Oh man, that's fun. We're there. We're there. Oh, sorry guys. Sorry. I got distracted today. You can show the news script for users in contributions chat. It might also be vibe coded. Oh man, let's see what we got. Okay, they're taking Edge and they're going to put a whole bunch of AI crap in it, looks like. Recently covered Sashta Nadella. Old Nutella here about the company's shift in the focus of Bill Gates' software factory vision. God, I really hate Bill Gates, man. That guy just oogies me out. Bad vibes. To chasing down the ever-elusive AI bubble, which could potentially run it in the ground alongside products like Office. But as it seems, the tech giant isn't going to let multi-billion-dollar investments in AI run down the drain. Sure about that? Speaking at The Verge, Microsoft AI, Mustafa. That's a villain if I've ever heard of a name. Shout out to any Mustafas out there. Extensively discussed his vision in the company's Edge browser and how it's planning to compete with rivals in the space, including Perplexity's AI-powered browser Comet. Okay. She may have guessed the tech giant is placing bets on Copilot mode to save the day. All right. Yeah, Copilot and Edge. All right. The best just keeps getting better here. All right. He described the Edge supercharged Copilot AI. How much buzzwords can you fit in that sentence? Highlighted below. All right. Let's go. It's almost like having a little angel on your shoulder doing the boring hard work of reading reviews, doing price comparisons, synthesizing researches. But instead of happening away from you, you can actually see it in real time unfolding before your eyes. Here's the thing about this. It also means if there's an agent somewhere in here, in your browser, doing all those things that he said, it means it's ingesting all the data and everything that's displayed in your browser. Like, are people really that stupid that just like go, yeah, I'm going to just turn over everything I have in my browser, all information, passwords, everything could be ingested by that one agent? Man. Anyways, how are we doing? Almost there? 73%. Yeah. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. Mustafa was in The Lion King, yeah. He was the dad. He was actually a good guy in The Lion King, not a villain. Scar was the villain in The Lion King. No updates to One Shot, fat bastard. I've been working on it. I kind of want to do a full... I know I shouldn't, but I want to do a full conversion of One Shot over into F sharp from C sharp. Just because it would be fun. Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of AI is actually getting dumber, not smarter. I feel like we're getting close to the pinnacle of AI. What LLMs? I hate saying AI. Let's just call them LLMs. I think we're getting close to we're getting close to the peak, the apex of what LLMs can do. I think where we go from here on LLMs, though, is not to say you can't see advancement, but I think the advancement we're going to see is going to be from the smaller models that can run locally. And I would love to see this, actually. This is actually not dystopian. I know this last hour has been me just kind of going, we're all doomed. The sky is falling. But I really do see a big future where locally run LLMs can do a whole bunch. And you could control the LLM, so you're not relying on, like, ChatGPT. And your system would be good enough for anything. So you don't even need the cloud. You don't need any subscription services. You don't need any of that. And I think that is a very real thing that will happen. I don't think necessarily the tech companies of them, here, like Microsoft, OpenAI, Anthropic, and the rest of them will probably invest in this, because I think they've spent so many billions, maybe trillions at this point, into just feeding it more and more and more data, and bloating up these models. But I do see, I think with global competition and other global spaces, you saw it with DeepSeek, where they made it much more efficient. And I think that will force some of the companies here to rethink, going, hey, instead of building more data centers and more power, what if we just made the models work better and more focused on just a limited data set instead of just feeding it everything? And I think when we do that, that's when we're going to really see breakthroughs, and also decoupling from what most people use like GPT and other things for now. And I think that's what's really exciting. I think that's why I'm like kind of optimistic about the future of LLMs in that regard, which is kind of crazy. Oh, what did Coding Wonders say? Did I miss Coding Wonders? Did I? I don't think I did. Oh, no, I did. Also, the new script for user folders. Okay. I'll take a look. Okay. So, we're at 80% here. Let's take a look at that, I guess. I really need to... Oh, let's finish this out, too. We're still in the middle of an Arch Linux update over here, too. God, I've just been all over the map today. My ADD is just off the charts today. Just everywhere. Let's see. Nabara's still good. I like Nabara. Old Glorious Egg Roll. I'm glad he's still doing and keeping up with that. Yeah, what I think I'll probably purge open code. And what language is open code in? I think it's Go, isn't it? All right. What do we got? No, TypeScript and Go. Okay.
Yeah, well,
Just kind of hoping
do
for
the
something
binds.
better. We could always just do a YOLO on that. That bastard, thanks for the gifted sub, man. Yeah, I probably will do a source build of it. Let's just curl it, just fizzle it over, instead of doing it through here. Let's do a QM. So right here we have local send bin. We're gonna get rid of that. Open code bin, MD book EPUB. EPUB I can put through as a cargo install and just have Rust manage it. Let's just get rid of these guys. And oops. Do it from just a home directory is fine. Yeah, I don't really want to do it from the AUR. I'd much rather just get it direct from source. Again, I just really don't like using the AUR, especially with all the outages that AUR suffered lately. I kind of want to just do it all from official repos at this point. And the AUR sometimes runs behind in the versioning. So I'm kind of like, eh. Oh, chaotic AUR. Oh, I should have checked that. Hi there. What should we dive in today? I thought I closed Copilot. Anyways. There we go. Yeah, whatever. I'm glad the AUR outages cured your AUR addiction. It's fair. I mean, honestly, what I always try and do with my instances of Arch, I always run Yay, or let's say you use Paru, you can do QM as well. And then I just always try and keep these packages as low as possible. Under 10 is typically what I like to do. And that way I don't really have anything like, I can tell you already, I can remove terminal effects right here. Get rid of that. The rest are pretty meh. I don't think they matter too much. I probably could get rid of Linux Bazite once I reboot and get on the CachyOS kernel. And that should be pretty good too. All right, DSM still working away. We're getting upgraded here. Getting close. Is there a good way of setting Omarchy for gaming? There's a bunch of Windows rules you can do, Brent, but it's a pretty terrible distro for gaming. I'm just not a big fan. I had a bunch of bleed through effects and stuff for Omarchy for that. I think Omarchy's a developer first kind of distro, and maybe some basic gaming, but not anything great. Like when that was one of the big reasons why I switched, was mostly from the bleed through and some other Wayland effects that kind of like little Wayland bugs that were bothering me. Yeah, Nobara is one of the best for gaming. That's made by Glorious Egg Roll. Bazite's probably, if you're a novice and you don't like fiddling around with much, Bazite's my recommendation for gamers. It's not great from a customization standpoint though, so I don't use it, but it is very close to a Steam OS, as close as you're going to get in a general release for Steam OS. All right, come on, man, dude. Should we have just done the UUP at this point? Okay, here we go. 97%. We're there. We're right there. No, you can't play Valorant on Linux. There's a kernel level anti-cheat. Same with League of Legends. Used to be Linux compatible, but then they switched to a kernel level anti-cheat. Riot loves their kernel level anti-cheat. And then a lot of competitive shooters obviously do kernel level now anti-cheat, or they just remove Linux compatibility. Well, let me correct you there, Edge. It's not that Linux doesn't have anti-cheat support. It does. It's just publishers don't want to support Linux. A good example of this is Apex Legends. Apex Legends worked on Linux. League of Legends worked on Linux. And then they're like, yeah, we're going to switch our anti-cheat to kernel level. And yeah, I don't think we're going to build it for Linux. They could easily build it for Linux, but they don't want to. And
Yeah, well,
that's on them. There's nothing Linux can do to fix that. Red, thanks for the prime. $98. So close. So close. Just a couple more percent. Then, we're there. Just a short 3 hours later. EAC is supported in Linux, Fluffy. Apex switched their build of Linux off. They changed their minds. They didn't switch anti-cheat. They just outright blocked Linux. Yeah. So, I mean, it's like, I get it. Check your user folder script and computer. Oh, yeah. Let me check contributors chat. 1 second, Cody. Oh, thanks. All right, contributors chat, you said. Let's see. What were you saying? Okay, here we go. This is the new set default user CMD script for 25H2. New call, PowerShell, detailed Unicode and reserved name validation. Dude, that's totally vibe coded. What? Yeah. That's wild. Trying to think on that. Why would they even bother? So strange. All right. What do you think the mini distributions are? Do you think the mini distros are the reason we haven't seen Year of the Linux desktop OS yet? Nah, I mean, more choice is always a good thing. Don't let anybody ever tell you that, hey, there's too many choices. That's why we don't have the Year of the Linux desktop. That's absolutely untrue. I think Valve has shown us if you can create something that's really good and you can tie it directly to hardware so people can have a consistent experience and it can be supported, you can use it. That's why we have millions of Steam Decks out there right now with people using Linux on them. We just haven't seen that in the desktop yet. Simple as that. If someone did that in the desktop realm and had a very limited subset of hardware that was curated for Linux and was proven to work and everything was vetted, probably no NVIDIA, and then shipped a distro with that was very, very clean, great documentation and support, then you could have it. That's just a very hard thing to do, even though it was very easy to say. I don't know. That number's growing. The Steam Deck number's growing at such a level. It's hard to say. There's millions of Steam Deck users now. That's pretty wild. Well, maybe. Either way, it worked. It's very good. I use my Steam Deck probably more than I game on my regular PC these days. Hi there, Chris Titus. I subscribed to see the Microsoft Monday 25H2 live stream pop up and wanted to try and catch up on your live stream from Tuesday. Oh, Isaac, it's weird. YouTube is doing some shenanigans. Here, let me give you the link for the playlist. Where are you at? Playlists. They always switch it up. Playlists. Here we go. Live streams. Let me give you a shareable link. This is a playlist. You can just save it, bookmark it, and it'll give you all the videos, all the live streams. All right, we're ready for the restart. Once this gets in, we'll do a sysprep, OOB generalize, and then we should be back on the screen. Hopefully this one actually denies us from login. We can finally do the video. He likes breaking schedules. Well, you know, I just go where the heart takes me, you know? I'm just like, this is happening, let's go. You never really know. But I try. I'm doing better. Doing better. Am I, though? Maybe not. Just chaotic in general. Better at breaking schedules than a Linux distro. Dang, shots fired. Ouch. That hurts, man. But I'm kind of proud of that too. No, we won't do a snapshot. We need to do the generalize and the OOB, and then we'll snapshot. Do you think Microsoft will be successful blocking Windows without local account? No, not on Windows 11 at least. Windows 12 might be a completely different beast altogether, but you got to remember Windows still has to maintain compatibility. And I just don't think they'll ever be able to get away from where they are at. So, no, I don't think they'll ever really be able to remove local accounts and force people onto certain things. Because as soon as they remove all the underlying compatibility, they break so much of their ecosystem. You got to remember, most people don't like a lot of their new product offerings. They kind of suck, especially compared to what else is on the market. So they can't really just 100% rely on that. Even with a monopoly, you can't do it. So they'll never be successful. So I'm not really worried at all. It's fun to make videos hyping people up about it, though. I just want to see them block it, though. I mean, so far, I'm like, damn it, we've gone through the release, we've done the release preview, and now we're on the dev branch. And I'm like, please, just give me the build where they block the local account creation. That's all I'm asking for. All right, here we go. I loved it when it used to tell me your files are exactly where you left them. That was such a good little segue. You guys remember that? I think it was 1809 was the update that did that. And then they accidentally deleted all the people's files. Anybody that like enabled storage spaces and did an update right as it was released, I think it deleted everything in the documents and desktop. That was hilarious. I got a good chuckle out of that update. How many times can you install Arch manually in the time it takes to do a Windows update? Probably manually, like manually typing everything out. It probably takes me about 5 minutes maybe to manually type everything out. Doing my script for server takes about 2 minutes, so 120 seconds. So if we use Linutil to build an Arch Linux server install, probably 60, 70 times. No joke, like facts, like that's not an exaggeration. It's kind of wild. You guys remember when Linux used to be like the one that was hard to install? These days, I gotta say, the install process almost on every single distribution's much more streamlined than anybody else, which is that's just wild. Good things coming your way. All right. Bring on the good things. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. All right, let's do this. Just please tell me. Yes, okay, we're on 6772, finally. All right, let's do sysprep. Sysprep. OOBE. Generalize. Oh, did that not work? Yeah, we'll just do it through terminal. I thought I could just do... What did I do wrong here? I have to call it like that? Ugh. All right. Keep doing backslashes. I guess we could do exe. It doesn't really matter though, but okay. Thanks, Godin. Should see a little pop up with a little scroll bar. No? Okay, it's going. We just didn't get a pop-up. You shouldn't need to create an unattended. It should still be able to kick you back to the start menu and stuff after. Yeah, because what we're trying to do is just get kicked back to the OOB and generalize the system, so you shouldn't have anything on the startup. I guess let's call it from terminal. Nah, maybe it's doing a whole lot of something here. Let's wait for this core worker process to finish. What is that? Come on, man. Yeah, just give it time. I think it took. Usually you get like a little window and it's like a little bar, a green bar that just keeps cycling saying sysprep's generalizing the system. I don't know why we didn't get that bar. Maybe I clicked out of it or it's hidden behind a window somewhere, but whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just probably the updates. Let's just give it a minute. It needs more time. Man. Ah. I think we're going to switch back to the wolf though. I miss the Xeon. The Xeon was a solid investment for sure. Yeah, this stream's like 99% waiting. God, I know. Gonna just let this go in the background. Was there... What do we want to... Let's start bullet pointing DWM too. Or Omitus. I mean, this stream is titled terribly. Ah, oh, God. We're still working clean here. We did fix the help guide, but... Probably should do something with the docs as well. I know, but I had this left over. I didn't want to spend any money. Quality of service with QoS, Bambi. By the way, that's network. This isn't controlled by your operating system. Quality of service is from a gateway standpoint. So you need to be looking at your router for quality of service. Yep, DWM bullet points. DWM bullet points. Let's go NVIM roadmap. Okay. All right, let's see. Theming was something that was on the thing. Control center for various tasks. Volume right here. We got networking now. See, we have different networking we could access from the menu as well. So I've gotten pretty good with this section. I could do like a pop-out menu. Bugs. Yeah, multi-monitor is still a pain in my rear. That's a hard one to do on Xorg. 1080p resolutions below 1080p. Do not display power menu. I do need to fix that. I also want to set up something for the XDG utils for default programs. I'm not sure on the theming just yet. I might actually replace all the theming for the SDDM. Right now I'm using astronaut theme, which is less than ideal. NWG look. How does that work with this? Probably do Nordic. Yaru blue is fine, I guess. Huh. Oh man, Nordic cursors would blend in all over the place. I'll probably just go simple Nord light, actually. Font. All right, good enough. Where are we at? All right, sysprep was not able to validate your Windows install. Please review. Okay. Well. Man, I should have just done UUP. God. I'm kind of glad I live streamed this because otherwise it would have just been me doing this by myself. And that would have just been aggravating. Let's go Panther. No Panther, huh? Oh no, sysprep. Missing directory. Panther. What'd you error on? Maybe. Yeah, maybe let's not do a generalize. Maybe we can just do a sysprep OBE and then kick us back. That might be good enough. All right, we'll just go OBE. It should be enough. You recommend Materia Dark. I'll have to check that. I've always liked Papyrus as well. It's okay. Let's go OOBE dev. Goodness gracious. Let's purge these. Can I purge these? Oh, that's funny. Oh well. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, Papyrus has always been my favorite. It's been great. All right, let's go. Oh, man. All right, now we're gonna go. Oh, I didn't rebuild my grub. You know, we're just gonna boot into the mainline Linux kernel now. Screw it. All right, here we go. Now. Yeah, I think we'll just do mainline for now. Limonene is a great bootloader. You should check it out. It supports dual booting with Windows, and you can set background pictures. I kind of don't want to dual boot Windows right now, because the last couple times I've dual booted into it, it went and deleted my Linux EFI entry, and I had to recreate it with boot MGR. Oh, here we go. Let's just make sure. Cool. Yes.
To set up your device using a screen reader, turn on narrator by pressing Windows plus Control plus Enter. For more accessibility features, press Windows plus U, or select the accessibility icon in the bottom corner.
Okay, yeah, whatever. All right, let's keep going here. So, before we go forward, I think it'll force us to hopefully reset this up. Let's see. Is Omitus Omarchi for boomers? It is now, Paul. Now that you said that, that's what we're going to be calling it. What are we signing here? What kind of license agreement? Not signing over my firstborn child, am I? It's just a few little terms that we need to agree to here. Just a couple of little licensing things that we should read. Surely nothing bad in here. Yeah, just some warranting, damages, refunds. They can sue us to oblivion. Cool. Yep. All right. Well, that's good enough. Let's move on. I'm going to call this device test. All right, let's power down. Oh, we're just going to force off, actually. Cool. All right, let's go snapshots. Let's see if we can't delete that. Oh, that's weird. It's not taking my snapshots. That should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, well. To do the binds.
Oh man, I didn't bring that up. 1 second. Let's pull up our old interwebs here. Chris, love your work. Been exploring a side project with potential value and security implications. I'm cautious who to share it with. Any tips for responsibly vetting it? I'm not the person to ask that question, I don't think. I don't have a good answer for you. Because I'm very much a proponent of open source. And that's typically how I vet all my projects. You know, people will come in and go, hey, I'm having an issue here. Or they'll say, Titus, this code's terrible. Here's a fix. Happens all the time. But yeah. I don't know from a financial perspective if people doing code for real, how they vet exactly that without having another programmer take a look. So I think you have to pretty much pay a programmer regardless. I would imagine. Could be wrong. Hey, I love Grub. There's just so many cool themes for Grub. Call me crazy, but I do like it. All right. Snapshots. Let's just do a new snapshot. OOBE. Latest dev. Is this gonna work? I think I broke my snapshots. Alright, I'm too lazy. Come on. Come on, man. Why can't things be easy today? Why is that paused? This could be put on anything, Paul. So DWM Titus is supposed to be very, very minimal. So you shouldn't have any issue regardless of whatever you pick. DWM itself is going to be, or Omitus, is going to be about 100 kilobytes. So very, very minimal tiling window with very few dependencies. And that is the idea, at least. Jeez. But let's come into here. We're gonna chat GPT. Snap show list. Okay. So let's go over sh snapshot delete win 11 OBE. As root, it should. I'm thinking maybe there's a permissions issue here, so I'm hoping to just kind of delete the entire snapshot. We're not using external. Yeah. And I think you could do it. The idea behind mine is just spin it up like a virtual machine, test it out. You don't really need to do it like bare metal. You know, I don't think I've ever used block job. Has anybody ever heard of that? So what it's saying is, I'm going to go root block job win 11 all. Requires path option. Well, that's wrong then. It just made up some shit, that's why. I think...
Yeah, well, the do the buy.
Yeah, this is all wrong. New chat. Let's go, JC, thank you for the sub. I think what we'll do, let's check check machine status. Yeah, let's go cancel list. See, it's paused right now. I think we should set the state. Let's try and set it through vert manager. Shut down, force off, or resume. Okay. And that should at least update it. So then we go list, and then we go dash dash all. Okay, now it's shut off. I guess when it's trying to do the delete, it's somewhat failing here. Ah, heck with it. I think it's good enough now. I'm just gonna open it up, and we're gonna do a snapshot again. We'll just make sure not to use the other snapshots. We're just gonna call this 1-OBE. Oh, these are terrible naming schemes, but whatever. All right, here we go. And now we are going. 5 hours later. Wow. All right, now we can finally test. Remember how I started the stream and I was like, I'm just gonna do a quick test of this, and then we're gonna do a video, and then we're gonna go over to Titus or Omitus. Omitus. I like Omitus. Omitus. I don't know if there is gonna be a next big update. I kind of just rely on Microsoft screwing stuff up that I can fix. All right, beautiful. All right, we got our Microsoft account. Boom. We got no sign-in options. Perfect. Locked in, dev branch, can't do it. Fantastic. Windows Home. We've got everything working against us exactly how I want it. Now, hopefully this will not work. Now, this would open up Oh, they did patch it. That looks super jank, though. That looked super jank. You could tell they hard-coded some crap there. They got the B team to do that one. Instead of command not found, they just restarted the OOBE. Ah, dude. All right, let's keep going. That was vibe coded to hell and gone, though. I love it. Perfect. It's broken. Great. So I didn't want that to work, so success. We've replicated. You can't create a local account using that anymore. Great. Now we can go try the other method. Hopefully that will be broken. Then we can do our damn video. Come on. Give me online. Yeah, perfect. Okay, good. So then let's go OOBE. Oh, sorry. OOBE. I think it was backslash bypass NRO. Maybe it was forward slash. What was the old school one? I thought it was OOB. Maybe it's just not found because it's no longer there. Yeah. No, that was it. This person doing that way. Great. Okay, cool. So OOB bypass NRO is also broken. Yay. Victory. Finally. I can hit record on this damn video. It's taken me 3 hours and 23 minutes to replicate this. Well, let's double check the bypass NRO. I don't think it'll be found either way. So you say, didn't matter each way we did it. So you do bypass NRO or OOBE bypass NRO. Not found either way. And when you look online, everybody is calling it, I believe it was the backslash NRO was how people were referring to bypassing it. So fantastic. We are completely locked in. And then I can actually show the new method. God bless it. What a friggin' gross. There we go. Get that up and going. Finally. Video time. Are we ready? Are we ready, chat? Anything else before I hit the record button here? It was finally patched. What's the bypass NRO CMD? Bypass NRO CMD? I don't think it's there either. Let's double check. I just want to make sure everybody's way is broken right now. Yeah, bypass NRO.cmd is not working either. Now you could do the registry way. For sure. Thank you for reminding me of mute notifications because I guarantee you someone dropped like a sub bomb right after I did it. Let's do that. Okay. Remember me to re-enable those though. Okay. All right. Hallelujah. I have muted them. We're ready to go. I don't think we have anything else, right? The local only command. B1, we're going to run all the commands right at the start of the video here. Let's pull up an article too. Who are we going to get? Tech power up. If I actually would have read this article by Alec, I would have actually known to use this version of the preview build. Saving like 3 hours of time, but whatever. We're here. Let's go. And let's enable. I'm going to just throw up a highlight here. Oops, let's refresh. So this dev channel. Boop, red. Love it. Okay, great. So it even says, hey, this is a good little article. I'm going to have to put a shout out for that. All right, we ready? Let's go. Microsoft is removing the account bypass in Windows 11. You're going to use an online account and you're going to love it. That's what Microsoft thinks. But of course, there's a will, there's a way. Of course, I went and downloaded the preview build. We have it up right here, logged in, ready to go. Let's try our old faithfuls for bypassing the new user registration. So first, we're going to go Shift F10. We'll pull it up. We're going to try my favorite bypass of all time, which was start ms-cxh:/local only. Oh, wait, where's my screen? What's this? They've taken it away, you bastards. Ah, we're back here. Well, that's okay. Maybe we can just do OOBE/bypass NRO. Bypass bro would have been great. They just renamed it.
To set up your device using a screen reader, turn on narrator by pressing Windows plus Control plus Enter.
Jeez.
For more accessibility features, press Windows plus U, or select the accessibility icon in the bottom corner.
Anywho, continuing on past that, we now are here. And we're going to fill it back out, I guess. Bypass NRO is not there. We can't do local only. What are our options? Well, I got something new for you. If Microsoft thinks they can do it, they got another thing coming. We're not even going to do any of this. We're just going to go Shift F10. Microsoft did add a fun tool that I use all the time in Linux called curl. And we can just download our own bypass NRO, right? We're going to go curl, and we're going to go dash, uppercase L, christitus.com/bypass. And then we're going to go dash, lowercase o for output, skip.cmd. Boom. This is going to go out, grab this. This is actually hosted on GitHub. So to show you exactly what you're downloading, you're actually downloading the bypass.cmd here. Now, this CMD file is going to grab the unattended XML and then walk through the rest of the setup, because they can't ever really remove sysprep, and that's like a fundamental thing in Windows. So this is actually going to work better than the old methods. So we'll come back here. We're going to run skip.cmd that we just downloaded. It's going to go out, grab that unattended, sysprep it, reboot it, and Bob is your mother's brother. Because this takes us right in, logs us all the way through, and let's just see what happens here. I totally forgot to mute the music. Son of a biscuit eater. Shit. Anyways. Let's see if it actually worked. Anyways, I'm going to stop the recording. Totally botched that. I know, I still didn't kill it. I cut it. It was a good run. It was a good run, but no. We're going to have to reset. What happens, one problem with my generic music, if something gets like 10,000 or 100,000 views or anything like that, and you have like any kind of generic music, someone will claim it. So the music's fine for live streams because, you know, only maybe a couple thousand people watch them. And that's fine. But for actual YouTube videos, the copyright is just a huge mess. So that's why I was like, ah, crap, I totally forgot on the music. Needless to say, this will give us at least this is a good dry run. This should push us all the way through it, though. Oh, gosh. For comedic value, Nigeria is the company. Yeah, that's a good point. I like it, Peter. And there we go. Yeah, that worked. That would have been perfect if I hadn't forgot to turn off the damn music, but such is life. Life as a content creator. At least I didn't mute my mic. I've done an entire video where I had my mic muted. Do that at least once a year. Cool. Let's revert. Oh, yeah, the bypass bro is good, too. A lot of the times I just leave imperfections like that in. And just like, good enough. Slap it up. All right, let's restore this state. Yes. Perfect. And now that that state's restored, let's start our machine back up. Get back, reset. Let me delete that trial run. Oh. Okay. Good. Yeah. No more defective streams. I'm going to go back to that start screen. And we're going to do the bypass. And then we'll do the start as well. Yeah, you're not going to be able to skip it with that. You're going to have to unlock your Microsoft experience. You're going to have no options. So, all right. Round two. Let's hopefully I don't screw this one up, but at least I turned off the music this time. All right, here we go. Let's go. We'll go right there. Okay. Let's go again. Microsoft is blocking all local accounts on Windows 11 in the Insider Preview Build dev channel. Now, I've actually loaded this up, and made sure all of these commands like OBE, bypass NRO is gone, start MSCXH is gone, and they specifically said, we're removing all of it. And you're going to use a Microsoft account and like it. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't at least find a quick workaround. Now, a lot of things working online, you can manually add registry keys and other things, but I wanted to make it simple for you. So if for whatever reason you don't use like MicroWin or Tiny11 or NT Lite to make your ISO, and you just want to use the official Microsoft one and just use a local account like a normal regular human being. Well, let's first show you that these commands are now gone. So we're going to pull up our command line. We're going to go OOBE, bypass NRO, command not found. Next, we're going to do the next one, start CXH or MS-CXH, colon, local only. We're going to hit enter here. Watch what happens. Normally, we should get a little window saying, hey, what user you want? Oh, no. What has happened? It's rebooting. I didn't do that. And then it just kicks you back to this screen. So you can do this over and over. And, you know, if you pull it back up and you're in here and you're like, okay, start MS-C. XH local only. All right, here we go. Nope. Just keeps rebooting. Oh gosh. The humanity. All right, we'll just hit yes. And yes. I'm going to turn off the assistant lady just in case. All right. And some funny things happen here. One, it always checks for updates, and if it does find updates, you're going to be sitting here for another hour while it installs them. There's a lot of shenanigans happening here, but you might be thinking, I'll just disconnect my computer from the internet. No, it won't proceed without an internet connection. Again, you could add a registry entry in there and kind of hack around it a little bit, but I wanted to make it easier. So anywhere in the OOB, you can just do this. Open up your command terminal, curl -L, and go christitus.com/bypass. Screw you, Microsoft. And then -O and add in skip.cmd. This goes out and downloads my file that automatically adds this stuff and resets it and just sets up your system pretty easily. But if you want to do this yourself, you can just fork my project, create your own unattended XML, and set it up however you want. So if you're doing this in business, I would recommend just kind of forking it and then changing this around. Now, if you want to make your own settings in here, I tried to make it as general as possible. So I'm not going to pick region. I'm not going to pick anything else, but I use shenanigans. No, Schneegans is what I used. I used Schneegans auto-attended XML. Now you can set up all your settings in here so you don't have to go and proceed or choose anything from that setup, and it will use this XML. So that's how I created the XML. I generalized it as best as I could and deep-loaded as much as I could based on just standard settings. But you're better off using like MicroWin, Tiny11, NT Lite. Those are always good, but again, This is just for regular people using this. So we're going to go skip.cmd, and you'll see it download that XML and use sysprep. So watch what happens from here. Now, you can do this anywhere in your entire boot process. Except from this screen, I think, actually. Shit. Well, 1 second. After a short pause, you'll see just a moment. It'll reboot your system. Just give it time. Usually this takes about probably 60 seconds to 2 minutes, depending on your system. And then from this screen, just answer the locale questions, because you wouldn't actually have to answer the locale questions if I put that in my XML. I didn't, because I knew people from overseas and otherwhere in the world will use this. So I made sure to skip it. This will fill that last part in and it'll go, oh, I already have all the answers for the rest of this stuff. And then it'll proceed onto your desktop. Watch how it just kind of skips everything here. And there we go. You'll notice everything's on your desktop. You're put in. Now, the username will be admin down here. This is a local account. You probably won't have access to change this easily. They're still going to want to force that Microsoft account on you, but all the old commands are still there to do that. My favorite way of accessing to change a user account is control space user passwords 2. And this will open up there, and then you can just come into the admin account and change that. I have a couple other users on this one. I just use this as a example. And then under user accounts, you notice your system's a little laggy off the get-go. It's still setting it up sometimes. And we'll just hit advanced under advanced user management. Are you fucking kidding me? All right, 1 second. Let's try control. User accounts. Change account name. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll just do it through Windows 7 method. All right, from your start screen here, we're just going to go start run. You're going to just type control in. This is the old school control panel from Windows 7. And then we're going to go into here, user accounts. And then we're just going to change the account name to Microsoft Can Suck It. Oh, sorry. That's too many words. Microsoft sucks. There we go. And now we can close that and reboot the machine. And you'll notice the new name, Microsoft Sucks, is what we use to log in. And there we are. And now you've set up Windows with just the stock version, bypassing the online account. You don't ever need to use Microsoft accounts for anything. And there you go. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. And I'll see you in the next one. Well, that was terrible, but whatever. Get the job done. Ugh, God. Stupid shit. I mean, there's like a gajillion different ways to do all this stuff. So it's like they close one thing and then, you know, the 20-year-old kid that's doing this doesn't know about the other thing that was created in like 2010 or 2003. There's just a ton of different methods of doing all this. That MMC snap in not working. That kind of makes me go, damn it. I bet they put that under, like, they usually hide and bury it under like a shell command somewhere. They don't ever really remove it though. So anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed that little tidbit of me doing a YouTube video live on stream. Sorry, I should get chat more involved, but I'm just like, this is kind of my process. I usually just barrel through, get about a 5-minute go, and then I'll go through the edit. And I know I had like some, here, I'm going to start the music back up too, because, ooh. My word. All right, let's also add alerts back in. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, that was not the one. That was not the one. Ooh, I think that was it. Nope, that wasn't it either. Oh well. Yeah. Whew, I tell you. It's just, yeah, there's always a way around, though. That's the thing with Windows. There's always another way. It's just, man, that's so janky. It's like layers of paint. You know, it's like an old beat-up house that has just been painted like 20 times. So it's like just kind of peeling through the different layers to find what you need. It's there. It's just obfuscated a lot of times. Please don't edit the waiting. Yeah, that's another thing. I do apologize for the weird, awkward silences there, but I didn't want to speak and then have to go, oh, was that me just commenting to chat or not? So I usually just go, okay, I'm just going to sit here, pause, and then I can just look at my audio timeline and just go cut, done. Smash it together and good. So I don't do any video editors. And for me, it just makes editing so much easier if I just have a big long silence. I can just go cut, smash. And it usually flows pretty well, especially if I don't move around too much. Although I will say the long pauses there were a little bit longer than I was used to. And that was, I don't know, probably it being dev channel and also the fact that I didn't have my Xeon down here. It was a little slow and cumbersome. All right, DWM time. Yeah. I did get a lot of questions in chat. Hey, is this Omarchy? No. So this is just DWM. Now, what other settings in here do we need to add to DWM? What are the limitations or things that people want to see? And I don't think enough people have used it yet, probably to maybe have an educated guess. But I have taken some things I liked from Omarchy out, such as like the chat GPT prompt. I really liked having this just like, hey, I'm browsing around. I need a quick Google search, which is essentially what I use GPT for. And then I can just exit out and then type in whatever I need over here when I'm doing something. So I really like that little hotkey for a web app. And I took that from Omarchy and then kind of translated it to the Xorg variant. What else do we have? No, it's sitting back there. We're gonna bring the wolf back. He's been repaired. Also, I did see in chat someone mentioning about the Windows side of things, just disconnecting from the internet. If you disconnect the internet, you will not be given a skip and proceed to offline setup. That's going away as well in that dev branch. So I actually had no internet connection, and we just had to wait until internet connection was established before we could proceed. So that is actually not a thing either in the new Windows version. So they closed that loophole as well. So you can't use bypass NRO, you can't use the CXH local setup, and you also cannot disconnect the internet and proceed with no internet. So you might be thinking, well, Titus, how do you set up Windows 11 without an internet? You don't. Period. At least the official retail way from Microsoft using Windows 11 Home, it cannot be set up without an internet, which is kind of wild. It's pretty hilarious, actually. That's not going to come back to bite them. I imagine they'll reverse course on that. They have to, right? But I don't know. That's where they're at right now in that build. So pretty wild. So the disconnect trick, bypass NRO, and that, all that doesn't work. Or just use microwin. I mean, honestly, just use microwin. That's obviously the best way. You can set it all up, and then you don't have to do any of the shenanigans that I had to do there. Yeah, maybe they did it in dev to test the waters a bit. I mean, judging by all the press, and I'm thankful for it. I mean, heck, I'm probably gonna release that video tomorrow morning, and you know, even with it shoddily edited, it'll probably do pretty well. It's kind of funny. Hold my Windows 10 IoT Enterprise LTSC. Hey, I get it, Ahmed. That's a great version. You know? Could you curl the file? Yeah, you could run it. You can curl it to pretty much anywhere. Curl's a great tool. It's a Linux tool, and they just put it in Windows. It's kind of funny when Windows Defender flagged curl as a virus. That was hilarious. And then people were like messaging the curl developer, hey, you're installing a virus on all our systems. And the curl developer's like, screw you Windows users. Peasants. I hate Windows. He went on like this rant. It was hilarious. Rightfully so, though, too. It was good. What would you recommend for a Windows user that just wants to make the switch? Man, B1, it's a hard decision. Like, it depends on what you use your system for. I always have a hard time given that. I used to always just recommend Linux Mint, but the problem I have with Linux Mint is I don't think it looks very good out of the box. And it doesn't feel great. And I think when that's kind of what I want to do with Omitus here, or I don't know, we'll keep that name. That's just funny. I like saying it though. I I really kind of want to make this for the masses because Omarchy, a lot of people are talking about it, and I was like, man, I don't like the base of it. I like the thought process that was put into it. I like how it was structured with a README and a manual. And I was like, man, more people should do it in a tiling. Is the tiling, once you get used to this and flip it around, you're going to be like, I really like this. But it does require a lot of a different method of learning. And it also depends on your hardware a lot too. And setting it up in a generalized way is going to be tricky. I think that's the other thing I need to do. We need to set this to be generalized setup for different monitor GPU combos. Yeah, a lot of people love Catchy. A lot of people have talked about that. Or Cashy. Sorry, I always butcher it. Yeah, Winboat. Essentially, you're just doing that. I would rather just do a pass-through VM. But you could, essentially what it's doing is creating like a container with Windows VM in it and then passing it through. Much like a remote app back in the day. Like, it's been around forever. It's not something like that's too terribly new. The idea has been around forever, and there's implementations in Linux have been like FreeRDP and those types of things have had it for a while. DHH looks like a guy who knows how to hacky sack. You know, I often thought the same thing. I think that's a pretty good one. I love DHH, don't get me wrong. But the thought had crossed my mind as well. Oh, man. All right, take it easy, Zero. Yeah, you won't need to do any of this for MicroWin. Like, everything we showed today was pretty much just using the bypass. I hope it turns out all right. Felt like I kind of waffled a little bit during some of that recording. It's been a while since I've heard him say depreciated instead of deprecated. Yeah. I think I'm getting better, Galaga. I'm pretty much saying deprecated all the time. No, I don't know DHH. I've never talked to him. I just like how passionate he is, and I love what he did with Omarchy. Like, when you look at Omarchy, specifically, the things I liked about it was the immediate hotkeys like this. Obviously, this isn't Omarchy, but I stole it from it. And just coming through and being able to see exactly what you need. Hey, I need to change the layout. I was like, oh, that's a great idea. I'm going to steal that. And then having like a hotkey for like GPT. I really like that idea as well. It's just a web app that essentially it's just a web browser that's like wrapped. And that works so well. And I use it all the time. And then the final thing is I really wanted to just use this for like a manual. So I'm kind of taking the things that I think work really well and why it's so successful, and then just trying to implement that. Man, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how far we'll get, but I was like, might as well try. Worst case, we fail. And I just end up with a really great window manager that I love. Yeah, I mean, I don't think like Microsoft, Apple, all those guys, they're above the law at this point. There's no catching up. There's no rectification ever happening or antitrust. Google as well. Like, they got convicted of a monopoly or antitrust. How'd that work out? Remember, like Chrome and Google Chrome was going to be sold off and all that, and then it just, whatever happened with that? Like, they're just too big. They got too many lawyers, too much power, too much money. I mean, they're bigger than most countries, man. So Rux, I kind of redid it. I didn't like copy his. I just kind of saw how he was doing it. And what I ended up doing was, if we go into Z and then got local, I think a local bin actually. Did I put it here? Web app launch is what I did. Yeah. So this one, I grabbed the default browser, not Chromium, but whatever browser you've installed. And then it says, hey, which browser is this? Is it Chrome? Is it Brave? Is it Edge? Whatever. Opera, Vivaldi. And then it goes, okay, we'll launch said browser right here. And then -- app. And then it pipes that address directly in. So instead of it grabbing some unknown one, it tries to detect, hey, what XDG browser is set as your default, like your system defaults, and then it tries to feed the app web address directly in, and that's how it's so seamless. It should work on every system. And you can also steal this too. Like if you just want this script to try it out yourself, go on my DWM Titus repo and just grab that. And that's kind of how I rewrote it to kind of serve my needs. Yeah. That's just, it's kind of wild to me. Not more people use DWM. So clean, so minimal. And you could set that up either way too. Like if you want separate profiles, you could just add in and put like a sandbox tag into it instead of just -- app. I think it's -- sandbox or single user, and you could actually switch it to a different profile if you want to go that route. Yeah, so yeah, a couple different things. I try to, with everything I'm doing here, set it to XDG standards as well. So you're always having the default per, those standardized things. So your default text editor, your default browser, your default, whatever file, like video or whatever player you're using, those will be the defaults. I'm not trying to say, hey, here's what I use, that's what you're going to use if you use this. I'm trying to make it more universal. We'll see how it works out. I think it's getting there. God, it's already 3. Oh crap, I did not realize I've been streaming for 4 hours. All right, I'm gonna shut it down for the day. That was wild. That was a good little interim run, guys. I think that was pretty good. We'll see how that video turns out. Hopefully I don't have to re-record it. That'd be a sad face. Try to loop in chat sometimes when it's good. I'll try and do more videos. Usually it's 1 or 2 shots for all my videos anyways. So it's not bad. I don't mind doing those live. All right, y'all. Have a great one. See you guys on Monday. Deuces.